Chapter 317. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, a pondering look appeared on Yin Di's face. Just now, you said that the legacy of the glacial dragon martial saint was only incidental, or even a cover-up. The meaning behind your words is that your true target is also in the north? Or should I say that your methods are to be used in the north? Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right. He gazed towards the north, then turned to the south as he said softly, my target is the Sacred Sun clan's southern underground palace. Hearing his words, Yin Di's gaze hardened slightly. The southern underground palace was located in the south of the fire domain, surrounded by a chain of mountain ranges with many volcanoes within. Beneath it was a massive sea of lava, its boundaries unknown, its depths unknown. That was a place of great danger alongside the wind domain's great western desert, famed since ancient times. However, it was also an important foundation for the Sacred Sun clan to occupy the fire domain. To what extent was it important? There were many uses for the Sacred Sun clan, but just one of them was already sufficient to explain the problem. The Sacred Sun clan's supreme direct lineage martial art, the extreme Yang fist above the 7 great sun arts, had to be cultivated in it with the help of the southern underground palace. If not for the environment there really being too harsh, the Sacred Sun clan would not have chosen the world illuminating peak. From a certain perspective, that was the true sacred ground of the Sacred Sun clan, while the world illuminating peak was more like a place where they were usually stationed. Yin Di said the southern underground palace is a place like the great western desert. While we all know that it is very important to the Sacred Sun clan, it is hard to destroy. Even if we want to completely occupy it, it is also not realistic. If they could destroy the southern underground palace in the previous battle of the Eastern Tang, when the Sacred Sun clan had been forced to retreat to the world-illuminating peak, Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City would have already made a move against it. Yin Zhaoge said, that's right. The creation of the heavens and the earth is incomparably majestic, not something that can be easily shaken by humans. At the very least, the current me is definitely unable to do so. However, it is also not that I want to forcibly destroy that place. Yin Zhaoge gazed towards the north once more. It is still hard to say now. I will have to first investigate the extreme northern lands before I can come to a conclusion. Right now, I only have a vague idea. Yin Di asked, where did your idea originate from? Although you always have some strange ideas, what inspired you this time to have such a whimsical idea? Yin Zhaoge laughed. Father, it is recorded in the ancient text that before the Great Calamity, there was once a strange matter which concerned a hegemonic power of the martial Tao of that time, the snowy immortal palace. I wonder if you have heard of it? You're talking about the matter of the heavenly ice spring of the snowy immortal palace drying up? Yin Di asked after pondering for a moment. The Great Calamity had caused many things to go extinct, causing many things to turn into legends, becoming mere bits and pieces of hearsay. Many things have been lost, while some scattered fragments have been passed down, also known to the people of the current 8 extremities world. However, there were many things that seemed right, but were actually wrong. Yin Di looked at Yin Zhaoge. It is rumored that the snowy immortal palace did not seem to have experienced the Great Calamity, instead having already lost its legacy before the Great Calamity. Yin Zhaoge said, I am also not too clear on the specifics. Still, with regards to the matter of the drying up of the heavenly ice springs, I have some thoughts and guesses of my own. Still, I still have to verify them on the spot. It is not the ruins of the snowy immortal palace that has long since ceased to exist. I just want to investigate the extreme northern lands whose environment is similar to that of the snowy immortal palace. What Yin Di knew were rumors, but Yin Zhaoge knew that the snowy immortal palace had indeed been destroyed before the Great Calamity. However, he was indeed not clear on the specifics. Yin Zhaoge had not investigated the true reason for the drying up of the heavenly ice springs before, and could not be certain of it now. However, he indeed had his guesses. Combining them with his knowledge in other areas, he had analyzed the underlying principles. However, whether this was really the case still had to be tested. Yin Di said, if you want to head to the extreme northern lands, that is fine. However, you still have to pay attention to your safety. After all, that place is rather close to the Heavenly Thunder Hall. With Master having transcended mortality and entered sainthood, and me also having stepped into the transcending mortality realm, our clan's strength has already increased, already being able to completely break away from our previous conservative stance. The Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall will also restrain themselves somewhat. However, if you head to the extreme northern lands and the North Sea, you still have to be careful. Yin Zhaoga nodded. Yes, I understand. Yin Di paused for a moment before continuing. You have to keep the matter of June and his mother in mind. Yin Zhaoga's expression was solemn. You can rest easy. This is eldest apprentice uncle's only bloodline. I will definitely protect it. Yin Di said no more, his hands behind his back as he came to the side of the window, gazing into the distance. Many scenes that had been sealed within his memories surfaced within Yin Di's mind. I am surnamed Shi, named Shi Tai. I am Master's eldest disciple. Junior apprentice brother Yin, you are a heaven-defying genius, surpassing me 100 times over. In the future, you will definitely become a legendary figure like the exalted Han Tian. Eldest apprentice brother, are you really withdrawing from the competition for the position of chief? That's right. If it is you who inherits the position of chief, I am willing to follow your lead. If it is second apprentice brother, I want to fight for it. Eldest apprentice brother, my condolences for the matter of Song Tao's family. I'm fine, don't worry. Right, junior apprentice brother Yana, I know that you are also very busy. However, if you have the time, pay more attention to Zhaoga. Yin Di's usually sharp, domineering gaze lost its focus at this moment. Yin Zhaoga could more or less understand Yin Di's feelings. His heart similarly dimmed as he soundlessly retreated from the room, closing the door behind him. Other than those of Infinite Boundless Mountain, there were also people from Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion who had come to congratulate Yuan Zhengfeng on transcending mortality and entering sainthood, congratulating Yin Di on officially taking up the position of chief. From Jade Sea City, those who had come were people that Yin Zhaoga knew. While he was only a spirit vessel martial grandmaster, as the son of the first wife of Jade Sea City's city lord Song Wuliang, the Seven Seas' young master Song Chao, having come, was also sufficient to express his sincerity. Coming from afar, senior brother Song, our clan greatly welcomes you. Yin Zhaoga received Song Chao's group. However, our clan has just experienced a great tribulation. While we have passed through it, many of our fellow disciples have perished. Therefore, with my father taking up the position of chief this time and my grandmaster stepping into the martial saint realm, our clan does not intend to hold ceremony. Currently, the entire mountain has many things to do. I hope that senior brother Song will not blame us if we have been negligent. Song Chao said, this is only natural. In ascending the mountain, we also hope that we can offer incense to the deceased seniors of your clan. Yin Zhaoga nodded. I thank everyone of Jade Sea City. Besides Song Chao, amongst the group of Jade Sea City disciples, a girl said, Senior brother Yin, my condolences. It was Li Jingwan whom he had met at the Heavenly Connection meet earlier. Yin Zhaoga said, Junior sister Li is considerate. He walked forward, leading Song Chao, Li Jingwan, and the others up the mountain. After the incense had been offered, Yin Zhaoga said, a little later, our clan will hold a grand funeral for our fellow disciples who perished this time. If you all wish to stay behind to observe the ceremony, that is also fine. Song Chao seemed to want to say something, yet stopped himself, but his expression was calm as usual as he nodded. Since that is so, we will be troubling you. While Yin Zhaoga was feeling a little down, he had not lost his calm at the very least. Seeing this, he knew that Song Chao probably had some other mission in coming here this time. It was just that bringing it up now would inevitably be a little rude. Therefore, Song Chao seemed to mean that he would only do so after the funeral. Yin Zhaoga took note of this, his expression not changing. To be continued. Chapter 3:18. What Song Chao and Jade Sea City were planning, Yin Zhaoga could not really tell at the moment. However, for the time being at least, Yin Zhaoga did not intend to continue considering it. For Broad Creed Mountain's entire faction, What they were most concerned about now was the funeral. In this great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, having first experienced the chaos of the decimating abyss before encountering the attacks of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the number of Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had perished was not few. Shurtai was one of them. Apart from him, there were other fellow disciples who died as well. Right now, their corpses were collected and buried together. Everyone more or less had old friends and family. Everyone represented a tragedy and sorrow. And to Broad Creed Mountain as a whole, the greatest influence was still Shurtai's death. Not counting Xian Dongping and Elder Wang who had been purged, Shurtai was the strongest expert of Broad Creed Mountain who had perished in this tribulation. Including those who had been corroded by the decimating abyss, Broad Creed Mountain's losses this time were not small, having suffered a great deal of damage to their vitality. Fortunately, Yuan Zhengfeng and Yin Di's successive breakthroughs, as well as the strengthening of Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Formation, the Clear Chi Grand Formation, had caused Broad Creed Mountain's overall strength to rise instead of falling. Counterattacking the territories occupied by the Sacred Sun clan in the Fire Domain and the Wind Domain, they had obtained a great amount of resources, also making up for Broad Creed Mountain's losses. Meanwhile, their enemies, the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, had similarly suffered heavy losses, especially the Sacred Sun clan who had lost their sacred artifact, the Great Sun Heaven-Measuring Ruler, suffering losses to the point of vomiting blood. The funeral was presided over by Yin Di, who had taken over the position of chief. Yuan Zhengfeng and the other higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain all appeared, sending Shurtai and the others on their final journey. Runes flickered within Yin Di's pupils as he controlled the Clear Chi Grand Formation to slowly circulate. As the Great Formation operated, a beam of clear light shot into the distance, forming an illusory world of light and shadow, as if it was another world. It was a foreign dimension, completely different from the one in which Yin Di and Yin Zhaoge had battled Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian. This space flickered with a watery light like a giant lake. The entire foreign dimension, the entire small world, seemed to be a lake. Yin Zhaoge, Su Fei, Feng Yinsheng, Si Kong Qing, Ing Longtu, and the other Broad Creed Mountain disciples all had solemn expressions on their faces. Song Chao and the others who had come to watch the ceremony were also watching the world in the lake. Li Jingwan said softly, "That is the burial ground of Broad Creed Mountain's past disciples, the Heavenly Born Lake." Song Chao nodded. Not bad. According to Broad Creed Mountain's customs, when disciples of the Broad Creed Mountain perished, other than the families of the deceased who had special requests, such as bringing them back to the clan for burial, all corpses that could be collected for burial would be buried in the natural spirit lake. After burying the others, Yin Di personally carried the transparent ice coffin containing the stone and metal to the world within the lake. Standing in midair above the massive lake, placing the ice coffin before him and looking at Shurtai's serene face within, Yin Di was silent, not speaking for a long time. There was even a faint smile on Shurtai's face. It was a mixture of comfort and joy. Yin Di's face was sunken as water as his palm streaked across the cover of the ice coffin. Now, a figure arrived beside Yin Di. Yin Di did not move as he knew who it was. Fang Zhuan's features were as lean as ever, gentle and refined, just that the usual faint smile on his face was now nowhere to be seen, his gaze heavy. He reached out, as if wanting to place his palm on the coffin lid like Yin Di. However, when his finger was less than an inch away from the ice coffin, Fang Zhuan's hand stopped in midair, not moving, as if not daring to touch it. Yin Di said softly, "Eldest apprentice brother will not blame you. Master, I and the others also do not have such thoughts." Fang Zhuan's expression did not change, but he resembled a statue as he stood in midair, not saying a word, not moving in the slightest. While the chaos of the decimating abyss had been quelled, Xian Dongping and the others having already been slain, from a certain perspective, Fang Zhuan felt that he was the true source of this great tribulation. It was he who had first pushed open that great, forbidden door. While he himself, with supreme willpower, had closed the great door once more, causing the shadow of the 9 underworlds that had first attempted to extend into the 8 extremities world to shrink back. However, Exine Dongping had stepped on his shoulders, following the path that he had once walked, only then having taken that nightmarish step. Between him and Exine Dongping, who exactly was the true founder of the decimating abyss, it was really hard to say. Looking at Sure Tai within the ice coffin before him, looking at the people of Broad Creed Mountain who had already fallen into the natural spirit lake below, even more figures seemed to surface before his eyes. From clear concealed lake to the incident of Yunwu County in the Sand region, to this tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain this time. Fang Zhuan already knew about Shi Songtao's matter, and could only remain silent at this moment. Yin Di said, "Don't waste your time on it. What eldest apprentice brother wants to see more is a carefree Broad Creed Mountain." Retracting his hand, Fang Zhuan nodded slowly, turning and leaving. Sucking in a deep breath, Yin Di released his hand on the ice coffin descending downwards. Sure Tai's figure gradually grew smaller and further away, the ice coffin descending into the lake, waves rippling. Gazing at Sure Tai's gradually disappearing face within the water, Yin Di's gaze did not shift for even a moment. At the top of the heaven-rising peak, Yuan Zhongfeng had a sorrowful expression on his face as he looked at the figures of Yin Di and Fang Zhuan, as well as that transparent ice coffin. The person within the ice coffin was his eldest disciple, the first disciple he had ever had in his life. How many years of trials and tribulations had passed together? Many things still seemed like they had happened yesterday. "Lion, your master is clear about his injuries. If I enter secluded cultivation, it is very hard to say whether I will be able to come out alive. I intend to choose you as the new chief. Are you willing to bear this burden?" Master, Junior Apprentice Brother Fang, and Junior Apprentice Brother Yin are both more outstanding than this disciple. The former is too extreme, while the latter is too flamboyant. While as they grow older, they have gradually become more stable. If they want to take charge of Broad Creed Mountain, they still need to be tempered. Sadly, external enemies like the Sacred Sun Clan might not give us that much time. This disciple's personality is too pedantic, and I'm afraid that he is also not chief material. This disciple believes that whether it is Junior Apprentice Brother Fang or Junior Apprentice Brother Yin, they will both become the central pillars of our clan. This disciple is foolish, but is also willing to lay down my life for the clan. Whatever the position, when and where, as long as the clan needs this disciple will definitely stand up without hesitation. That's also true. Your personality is too straightforward, and I'm afraid that you'll be schemed against by those crafty old foxes like unreasonable old Huang and Bald Shin. Forget it. Since you insist on not being willing, then let's see whether Hidden Dragon or Invincible can distinguish themselves first and take on this heavy responsibility. Thinking back on his past life, Yuan Zhongfeng closed his eyes somewhat painfully. Having clashed head-on with Huang Guanglia, the heaven-equaling Saint Yuan Zhongfeng, who had supported Broad Creed Mountain for so many years, whose name shook the entire 8 extremities world, who had already stepped into the martial saint realm that he had dreamed of for so many years, currently appeared extremely weak. Seeing this, the Grand Elder Zhang Kuan and He Ning behind him both sighed. They had only seen such a senior apprentice brother Yuan once before. That was after Yuan Zhongfeng's master, the heaven diviner Zhan Shilo, had perished. Today, however, they met once again. When you were needed, you said that you would definitely stand up, and you indeed did as you said. Yuan Zhongfeng muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. But silly boy, you stood up. After the waves have calmed down, you should stand back up for your master. To be continued. Chapter 319. Yin Zhaoge had attended the entire ceremony, Su Fei and Ing Long too, standing by his side. The 2 core disciples of Broad Creed Mountain no longer wore the black-bordered blue robes they usually wore, only leaving behind a set of white clothes, a white cloth tied around their foreheads. Han Long was sobbing uncontrollably. Unlike when his parents had passed away, he now understood the meaning of death, and understood that yet another of his family members had left him. Shui Fei's huge body was like a stone statue as he hugged Han Long, Er's shoulder. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were red. He didn't stop Han Long, from crying, and only hugged his junior brother tightly, giving Han Long something to lean on. Yin Zhaoge looked at Su Fei, senior apprentice brother Su. Shui Fei took a deep breath and shook his head. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Yin Zhaoge said no more as he quietly watched his father send off his eldest apprentice Uncle Shi Tai on his final journey. At the end of the funeral, the passageway connecting the natural spirit lake to the outside world was closed once more under Yin Di's control. Yin Zhaoge and the other Broad Creed Mountain disciples all had solemn expressions on their faces as they solemnly bowed towards the gradually disappearing natural spirit lake. Song Chao and the others who came to watch the ceremony also half-saluted. After the funeral, Song Chao came before Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei, sighing, "My condolences." Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei both nodded. Looking at Song Chao, Yin Zhaoge asked softly, "Does City Lord Song have something to ask Senior Apprentice Brother Song to bring over?" Senior Apprentice Brother Song is understanding of our sect's funeral and has not mentioned it even now. "I'm deeply moved by your kindness. Although there are still some things to deal with, the funeral is basically over. If Senior Apprentice Brother Song has anything to say, you can speak freely. If you need to see my father or master ancestor, I can also pass on your wishes." The pain in one's heart would not dissipate so quickly, and the anger directed at one's enemies would continue to accumulate and ferment. But the dead are gone, and the living move forward. Not forgetting the dead doesn't mean that they can't extricate themselves from the negative emotions. Some things had already reached the point where they needed to be dealt with calmly and timely. Strive forward, in order not to lose more. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, Song Chao no longer hesitated as he candidly nodded in acknowledgement, but then shook his head. "It is a personal matter. I indeed have something that I would like Junior Apprentice Brother Yan's help with, but it is not something important. It is just that mentioning it before the funeral is a little inappropriate." Yin Zhaoge said, "Since that is so, Senior Apprentice Brother Song should speak frankly." Song Chao said, "It's like this: your esteemed sect cleaned up your sect, exterminating the decimating Abyss Lord Xian Dongping. I wonder if there were any material gains. I mean, special products of the earth that are hard to collect." Yin Zhaoge asked rather curiously, "What does Senior Apprentice Brother Song want?" Song Chao explained, "It's a special spirit stone known as the Unfalling Ghost Rock. It's unique to the Earth domain. It can't be found anywhere else, and it's only been produced in small amounts in the Earth domain." Yin Zhaoge raised his head and pondered. In his memories, there really seemed to be such a thing within Xian Dongping's private property. The Yin Tian Tian Mountain, Yin Shin Ishan, Yin Yin Qing, Yin Dong Xen, Yin of Tian, with Yin Zhaoge's current level of authority in Broad Creed Mountain. Dealing with the resources obtained from Xian Dongping was completely not a problem at all. Also, there really were things he wanted in Jade Sea City and the water domain. However, in order to prevent his target from being exposed too early, Yin Zhaoge said, "Because of the importance of this matter, Xian Dongping's assets are currently being handled by my father. Senior Apprentice Brother Song can accompany me to meet my father and explain the situation. Our two clans have always been on good terms. If there is indeed an unfalling ghost rock, there shouldn't be a problem." Song Chao nodded. "I will have to trouble Senior Yin." He had met Yin Di before, but had not mentioned the matter of the unfalling ghost rock. Now that they met again, he immediately explained the situation. Yin Di received Yin Zhaoge's sound transmission through his aura chi before saying, "There's indeed an unfalling ghost rock, but the quantity is rather limited. I wonder how much does little friend Song need?" Song Chao answered, "A square meter of it will do." Yin Di nodded. "Then our clan does have enough. I can get it to little friend Song. Having experienced a great tribulation, our clan has many things waiting to be done. We are in urgent need of many resources. Actually, I want to exchange some resources with your clan. I had originally intended to send a message to your father through little friend Song. An exchange between the two clans would not be just one or two things. Instead, There would be many different kinds of things, and the quantity required would also be immense. Song Chao hurriedly said, "This junior will send the news back to Jade Sea City as soon as possible." Yin Di said, "That would be for the best." After sending Song Chao back to his temporary resting place, Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di sat facing each other. Yin Zhaoge rubbed his temples as he said, "Just put what I want in the clan's list of goods." "This is natural," Yin Di asked. "Do you think that this is something that Song Chao wants personally?" Yin Zhaoge answered, "I feel that it is not Song Chao alone, but that the possibility of it being something that Jade Sea City wants is greater." Yin Di said, "Song Chao is not as conspicuous as you. Most people might not pay attention to what he is looking for. It would instead be more secretive than setting up carriages for trade. Everyone under the heavens knows that you are able to make use of most of our clan's resources as you wish. For him to seek your help and contact you personally, it would also seem very normal." Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "I did not directly agree to him, instead bringing him over to look for you. He should also know that his intentions might have been exposed, with us seeing through him." Yin Di said, "I naturally can." Yin Zhaoge tapped lightly on the table by the side. "Unfalling ghost rock, unfalling ghost rock. What does Jade Sea City want this thing for? If you can't think of what the other party wants in a short period of time, or what he wants to do with it, then you might as well think about what the other party lacks, what they urgently need." Yin Zhaoge's tapping stopped as he swiveled his head to look at his father. The father and son opened their mouths at the same time, a single word emerging from their mouths. "Sacred artifact." While the Sacred Sun clan had lost the Great Sun heaven-measuring ruler, Huang Guanglia's cultivation base had successfully improved. On Broad Creed Mountain's side, Yuan Jingfeng had also successfully transcended mortality and entered sainthood, becoming yet another martial saint expert of the Eight Extremities world, at the same time also possessing the sacred artifact, the Clear Chi robe. The current Broad Creed Mountain had already replaced the Sacred Sun clan, becoming the only sacred ground of the current Eight Extremities world that had a martial saint as well as a sacred artifact. Whilst also being part of the 6 great sacred grounds, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan were already clearly a level higher than the other 4 sacred grounds. With Broad Creed Mountain restricting the Sacred Sun clan, Jade Sea City naturally heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if their mortal enemy, the Sacred Sun clan, suppressed the entire world, unifying the Eight Extremities world, Jade Sea City would rather collectively jump into the sea. However, of the Heaven, Mountain, and Water Domain Alliance, which had originally been of the same breadth and branch, one of them suddenly showing signs of turning from an ally to the head of the alliance, this inevitably caused the other 2 forces to have second thoughts. At the very least, they definitely wanted to raise their strength more urgently. Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly. The trouble with the Flame Devils on the EC has not even been completely resolved, and they have already run over to look for the unfalling ghost rock. Jade Sea City is rather anxious about this matter. Chapter 320. To Jade Sea City, their longtime nemesis, the Sacred Sun clan, rising in strength was undoubtedly terrible news to the extreme. Meanwhile, the increase in the strength of their ally, Broad Creed Mountain, brought them benefits as well as pressure. A similar problem actually existed for the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Infinite Boundless Mountain as well. Even Turbid Wave Pavilion, who had always remained neutral, pursuing the policy of being an isolated island and possessing a relatively transcendent status, faced with the clear rise of Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, they were also taken aback. If one wanted to maintain a neutral stance and be completely independent, one had to either have no value to be coveted by others, or have the strength to make others not dare to easily offend them. Turbid Wave Pavilion would definitely not satisfy the first condition, and if they continued to remain where they were while the Sacred Sun clan and Broad Creed Mountain continued to advance, sooner or later, the second condition would also become impossible to satisfy. The neutral Turbid Wave Pavilion was already like this, much less Jade Sea City, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, and Infinite Boundless Mountain. If they were unable to keep up with the footsteps of Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, they could only gradually fall behind, gradually losing the initiative in the overall situation of the Eight Extremities world, only able to helplessly go with the flow. To Infinite Boundless Mountain, their most pressing need was the same as Broad Creed Mountains before, where they urgently needed a martial saint expert to appear. In this way, the wielder of the heaven-cleaving axe would be able to stand proudly in the world. And for Jadesea City and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, it would naturally be best if more martial saints could emerge. Otherwise, they would have to possess their own sacred artifacts. On Broad Creed Mountain, Yin Zhaoge took out the unfalling ghost rock from his shadow-shrinking pouch while pondering. Forging a sacred artifact is not a simple matter. Even before the Great Calamity, forging sacred artifacts and spirit artifacts was much easier than it is now. Sacred artifacts are also not so easily obtainable. There are two reasons why saint weapons were hard to come by. The first was a refining method, which was extremely difficult to refine. The second was that the materials were extremely rare. Yin Zhaoge appraised the unfalling ghost rock. This thing is definitely not the main material. It should be a rather crucial supplementary material. Only with the main material can I determine the refining plan. Only after I have a clear plan and idea of my holy weapon can I collect the supplementary materials. From the looks of it, Jadesea City already has its main material. I wonder what kind of treasure it will be. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. In the current Eight Extremities world, the main material of sacred artifact could basically be said to be a unique, unparalleled treasure. Due to the problem of refining methods and plans, the majority of the refined saint weapons would be more suitable for the refiner's martial arts profoundness. But, generally speaking, the compatibility of the main materials was also very important. For example, if Jadesea City used a supreme fire-type or earth-type treasure to forge their own sacred artifact, while it was not that it was impossible, the difficulty of forging it would be extremely great. Yin Di said, "In the process of us working hard to advance, the others have never remained where they are either. Everyone is working hard to improve themselves." I heard that Infinite Boundless Mountain's chief, Chu Yin, also has thoughts of entering secluded cultivation once more, wanting to break through into the martial saint realm. Other than diligently raising their cultivation bases, the martial practitioners of the Heavenly Thunder Hall have definitely always been planning to refine a sacred artifact that belongs to them. Also, it isn't just a day or two, or a generation or two. Instead, they have always been diligently preparing for it. Even Turbid Wave Pavilion has probably never relaxed in their search for fortuitous encounters and materials to forge their own sacred artifact. The more resolute they are, the more they are clear on the importance of their own strength. Yin Di said calmly, "Our clan and the Sacred Sun clan are currently in the lead by a step, but if we stop advancing, there will come a day when our advantage will no longer exist." Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed. "Then you say should we give this unfalling ghost rock or not?" Yin Di similarly laughed, pointing at Yin Zhaoge. "Give it, why not?" "That's right, why not?" Yin Zhaoge laughed. "At the end of the day, we are still allies with a common enemy. The Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall are both not easy to deal with. Jadesea City should also understand this. Even if there are any changes in the future, we should first take care of the Sacred Sun clan. Everyone running forward together, we are still in the lead. What is there to feel guilty about?" Yin Zhaoge patted the unfalling ghost rock. "Developing together, my Broad Creed Mountain's advantage will only grow greater and greater." Yin Di laughed. "The affairs of the world are hard to predict, and no one dares to say that they will be able to laugh forever. Still, using methods against enemies is only natural, but using methods against allies, does our clan not even have that bit of confidence?" Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart. "Of course, the prerequisite is that this ally of ours doesn't have any crooked thoughts." Yin Di said, "As the current youngest martial saint of the Eight Extremities world, Song Wuyong is not so foolish. Moreover, The enmity between them and the Sacred Sun clan is not any inferior to our enmity with the Sacred Sun clan in the slightest. Of the current martial saint experts of the Eight Extremities world, including the newly ascended Yuan Zhengfeng and the recently deceased devil Saint Yuan Tian, there were a total of 7. Jade Sea City's city lord, the Jade Sea martial saint Song Wuliang, was the youngest. Of course, this young was in comparison to Yuan Zhengfeng, Huang Guanglia, and the others. Song Wuliang's actual age was also not young, being much older than Shirtai, Fang Zhuan, and the others. However, strictly in terms of seniority, Song Wuliang was actually of a generation lower than them, being of the same generation as Shirtai, Yin Di, and the others. On the other hand, Song Wuliang had a son at an old age, the Seven Seas young master Song Chao not being that old. Yin Zhaoge suddenly thought of something as he looked at Yin Di. Right, father, news from the family. The matter he was referring to was the rumor that Yin Di did not truly possess the bloodline of the Central Heaven region's Yin family. While it had been suppressed by Yin Zhaoge with thunderous methods, the truth of the matter was still a little hard to say. The letter left behind by Yin Di's grandfather was the greatest problem, having been verified by his third granduncle Yin Wenjin. The letter had been genuine, not having been forged at the very least. With Yin Wenjin's discernment ability, she was unable to tell that it was forged. This way, the matter was actually rather big. In truth, Yin Zhaoge himself actually didn't really care about this, but it was hard to say how Yin Di would feel about it. Yin Di looked calmly at Yin Zhaoge. I regard myself as a member of the Yin family, and there are people in the family who regard me as family. That is enough. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge nodded soundlessly. Yin Di said, the 5th extreme Yin bout is about to arrive. This time, we can let junior apprentice sister Feng participate. She also needs to personally experience the extreme Yin bout that the extreme Yin crown holds, increasing her experience in clashing with the other maidens of extreme Yin. Yin Zhaoge rubbed his temples. However, if there are no major accidents, there shouldn't be much hope this time. My original prediction was that the 6th extreme Yin bout would be junior apprentice sister Feng's chance to display her strength. However, the Sacred Sun clan also uses the yin-yang coexisting technique to nurture their maidens of extreme Yin, causing their strength to rise a step further. While junior apprentice sister Feng's effort surpasses that of ordinary people, in order to make up for the time she has lost earlier, some patience is still required. Hearing his words, Yin Di nodded. Since I have already handed this matter over to you, you will be responsible for it. Since we are participating in the 5th extreme Yin bout, you should also accompany us this time. Yin Zhaoge said, that's exactly what I was thinking. Chapter 321. Following the great tribulation that Broad Creed Mountain had suffered, there were many things that needed to be done. It was not just the construction of the mountain, but also many personnel adjustments. Disregarding everything else, with Xi and Dongping having been purged and Shirtai having perished, the 2 important positions of the Martial Repository's first seat and Disciplinary Hall's first seat had been vacated. These need to be filled by people. Yin Zhaoge did not say anything about this. However, his current position was not ordinary, as he had the qualifications to even participate in the clan's internal decision-making meetings. Broad Creed Mountain's final decision was to summon back the 2 higher echelon experts who had been dispatched to the East Sea and the Earth Domain. In order to deal with the threat of the Flame Devil World on the East Sea, the 6 great sacred grounds had long since come to an agreement that each of them would send out a mid-essence talisman martial grandmaster expert, who was at least at the 8th level of the martial grandmaster realm, to be stationed on the East Sea, guarding over the critical juncture between the Flame Devil World and the 8 Extremities World. The various families could change the people they wanted, but each family had to maintain at least 1 peak martial grandmaster stationed at sea. Together, they formed the first line of defense to monitor the Flame Demon Great World's movements and deal with the daily small-scale conflicts. If the Flame Devils made any major movements, the coastal Heavenly Thunder Hall, Jade Sea City, and Turbid Wave Pavilion would immediately send reinforcements to deal with it. Depending on the situation, the inland Infinite Boundless Mountain, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan would also have to dispatch experts to reinforce the East Sea when necessary. However, that would generally be a very serious matter, similar to the all-out war with the Flame Devils that year. It had already been a few years since such a situation had occurred in the end. Generally speaking, major matters would be like the incident at Clear Concealed Lake earlier and the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain this time, with Jade Sea City and the other powers dealing with it. Their daily dealings with the Flame Devils and the purging of the Flame Devils who had invaded the Eight Extremities world were all handled by those 6 martial grandmasters of each of the 6 great sacred grounds. Under their command, there were also martial artists from the same sect who were either permanently stationed or temporarily training. Feng Yunxing's former master of the Sacred Sun clan had perished in a battle with the Flame Devils when he had been stationed at the East Sea. Broad Creed Mountain's bigwigs stationed in the East Sea were usually referred to as the East Sea's First Seed Elder. Speaking of which, this was a tough job. It was similar to guarding the borders, but there were not many benefits to speak of. At the same time, one had to fight against the Flame Devils all year round. Therefore, ever since Broad Creed Mountain's East Sea First Seat Master had been established, it had always been a rotation system. What was worth mentioning was that before Yin Zhaoge's father, Yin Di, had inherited the position of First Seed Elder of the Martial Inheritance Hall, he had been the East Sea's First Seed Elder, slaying the Flame Devils on the Great Sea to the point that the entire sky was filled with flowing flames, incinerating the heavens and boiling the sea, his fame spreading far and wide. Meanwhile, the current First Seat Elder of Broad Creed Mountain was another peak expert of the late Essence Talisman stage at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, Changzheng. During Broad Creed Mountain's Great Tribulation, Changzheng had wanted to return to the clan. In the end, the Flame Devils had invaded, causing chaos everywhere. The longtime elder of the Sacred Sun clan, who was permanently stationed at the East Sea, just happened to clash with him. The two clashed with the Flame Devil experts whilst also facing off against each other, Changzheng thus being delayed in the East Sea. Now that the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain had come to an end and the chaos of the Flame Devils in the East Sea had gradually subsided, Broad Creed Mountain had dispatched someone to replace Changzheng, transferring him back. Yin Zhaoge was rather familiar with a new East Sea First Seed Elder. It was precisely Feng Yunxing and Sikong Qing's master, Fu Enshu. The situation in the Earth region was similar to the East Sea. While the decimating abyss had been exterminated, the Earth domain still existed. There would still be people guarding it, but Broad Creed Mountain would also have to make some adjustments in their personnel. Song Chao conveyed Broad Creed Mountain's intentions to Jade Sea City. Jade Sea City very quickly responded, expressing that they were happy to see the large amount of resources exchanged between the two sides. They would do their best to satisfy Broad Creed Mountain's needs. The two sides were allies in the first place, often interacting with each other. However, the scale this time was exceptionally huge. Both sides had to make corresponding preparations. Song Chao also felt that Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain might have realized their intentions. However, Broad Creed Mountain did not make things difficult for Jade Sea City. In the exchange of resources, they also did not intentionally raise the price. While the price was comparatively higher than before, to Jade Sea City, the gains from obtaining the unfalling ghost rock were much greater than what they had paid. Song Chao was a kind and magnanimous person. Seeing Yin Zhaoge again, he was exceptionally grateful. Senior Brother Song is really too polite. Yin Zhaoge held a jade talisman in his hand. Looking at Song Chao, our two clans have always been on good terms, helping each other out. Song Chao said, "No need to decline, Junior Brother Yin. This precious jade talisman may be a fortuitous encounter, but it is still an ephemeral object. Song Chao actually feels guilty in using this as a gift. It's just that I really don't have anything valuable on me, and other things are really not enough." Yin Zhaoge stroked the jade talisman. Both sides were well aware of why Song Chao had added such a gift. Therefore, he smiled. With Senior Brother Song's great hospitality, it would be too pretentious of me to decline. Since that is so, I thank Senior Brother Song. Song Chao shook his head. It's Junior Brother Yin who is too polite. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before asking. Senior Brother Song is about to return to the water domain? Song Chao said, I'll be leaving within these 2 days. Yin Zhaoge stood up. I'll see you off. The two left together, Yin Zhaoge sending Ahu some instructions via sound transmission with his aura chi. Oh nodded and left. Yin Zhaoge and Song Chao returned to their lodgings. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw 2 figures shuttling about unceasingly, sparring with one another. The 2 figures were Si Kongqing and Li Jingwan. The sparring between the two was rather amicable. On one hand, it was behind closed doors, unknown to the outside world, and on the other, it was only a simple sparring session. They didn't go to Fire-Leaving Peak, where disciples of Broad Creed Mountain sparred, or to the Martial Inheritance Hall. They just sparred behind closed doors at the lodgings of Song Chao's group. The cultivation bases of the 2 girls were not low now. If they fought freely, their destructive power would already be very shocking. Emptying the surrounding buildings would be nothing difficult for them. Therefore, their current sparring method was mostly based on variations in their techniques and their understanding of martial arts, not using their aura chi to a large extent. It was somewhat similar to when Yin Zhaoge had sparred with Lu Wan in the Big Dipper sword in the martial repository that year. But even so, as the 2 figures flew about, they still caused one's eyes to be dazzled. Looking at Si Kongqing's figure, Song Chao sighed. I already had a feeling during the last Heavenly Connection meet, but I didn't discover it then. This junior apprentice sister Si Kong's talent is truly world-shocking. Yin Zhaoge nodded. The cultivation bases of the 2 present were both in the late outer aura martial scholar realm. To Li Jingwan, this was very normal. Her age was close to Yin Zhaoge's. To the core, direct disciples of the 6 great sacred grounds, stepping into the outer aura stage at around 20, stepping into the Xiantian stage at around 25, and entering the Heavenly Connection stage at around 30. This was the average speed. But Si Kongqing was a little scary. The current her was not even 20 yet. Yin Zhaoge said, Junior apprentice sister Si Kong's talent is indeed outstanding, worthy of praise. The tone in which he said this was somewhat like a senior evaluating a junior, but Song Chao didn't feel that there was any problem with it. The person beside him was similar in age to Li Jingwan, but was already a martial grandmaster. To be continued. Chapter 322. When in the body refinement realm, Si Kongqing had also been a rare genius, a direct disciple. However, while she had been a genius then, she had still not been as shocking as she was now. After refining Qi into Aura Qi and stepping into the martial scholar realm, her rate of improvement had become extremely terrifying. In Yin Zhaoge's impression, she was completely not inferior to the likes of Yi Jing and Zhao Hao. Yin Zhaoge was rather used to Si Kongqing's current outstanding talent, not finding it strange. Just having felt this, Song Chao and the others were already hard-pressed to remain calm. To Song Chao and the others, however calm they too felt pressured at this moment. Yin Zhaoge was already not something that could be described with just shocking talent. And other than Yin Zhaoge, the other members of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation had also displayed a level that surpassed that of their peers. Broad Creed Mountain's geniuses seemed about to welcome a surge. Although for potential to be converted into true strength, for young geniuses to grow into true bigwigs, time was needed to accumulate and be verified. However, Song Chao suddenly thought of the generation of the exalted Heaven Shaker Zhan Dongge and the Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo. Especially now, the battle between Si Kongqing and Li Jingwan was also gradually beginning to determine a victor. The two did not go overboard, fighting without any anger at all. However, Si Kongqing's advantage was growing greater and greater. It was just that Li Jingwan was extremely resilient, executing Jade Sea City's direct lineage defensive martial art. Unmoving reef, stably guarding her own position, resembling a reef on the seashore that remained unmoving despite the crashing of the tempestuous waves. It was not so easy for Si Kongqing to completely turn her advantage into victory. In the Heavenly Connection meet at Clear Concealed Lake, Li Jingwan had not fought much, and Yin Zhaoge also did not understand her very well. Afterwards, When Li Jingwan had been captured by Lu Xingfeng and the others, she had only managed to escape thanks to Yin Zhaoge's rescue. However, that was because Lu Xingfeng and the others were all late Xiantian martial scholar experts. The difference in their cultivation base is too great. With even Ruan Ping and Yi Zhongzhou having fallen, Li Jingwan had also been hard-pressed to resist. Currently, clashing with Xikong Qing, who was also an outer aura martial scholar, Yin Zhaoge had already seen through some of her abilities. This girl's martial talent was similarly not low. While she was inferior to Xikong Qing, she was also rather outstanding, not letting down her reputation as a direct disciple of Jade Sea City's sacred groundfall. Amidst the defensive stance of the immovable reef, tightly guarding the door, another supreme martial art of Jade Sea City, the dark sea flow, was also mixed within. Dark sea streamers were like the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea. They contained extremely strong hidden force. They could attack and defend at the same time, neutralize the enemy's attacks, and invisibly injure the enemy. A martial art like the Dark Sea Flow was the reason why Jade Sea City had been privately described by some first- and second-rate powers as Jade Sea City is the most vicious. Apart from the unmovable reef and the dark sea current, Li Jingwan was not only defending and not attacking. While guarding her own door tightly, she would suddenly launch a line edge, like a needle hidden in silk floss, causing Xikong Qing to have to be careful, not daring to go all out and attack. However, on the whole, it was still Xikong Qing who held the upper hand. And from Yin Zhaoge's understanding of Xikong Qing style, she belonged to the grand and majestic type of martial Dao, being rather similar to Shirtai and Su Fei. Even if he fell into a disadvantageous position, he would not lose his composure and advance step by step. It was not impossible for him to make a comeback. Having the upper hand, while it was rare for him to obtain a quick victory, his advantage would grow greater and greater, becoming more and more stable, not giving his opponent any hope of making a comeback. Indeed, after fighting for a while longer, while she had still not truly been defeated, Li Jingwan sighed lightly. Junior apprentice sister Xikong, good skills. I admit that I am inferior. Saying thus, she retreated, leaping out of the battle circle. Xikong Qing did not pursue her, keeping her sword and standing, cupping her hands towards Li Jingwan, senior apprentice sister Li. Thanks for going easy. Yin Zhaoge smiled. I heard that you have already officially reported to the clan that you're going out on a long journey, tempering your martial Dao. Xikong Qing nodded. Yes, master has already agreed. Yin Zhaoge asked, have you decided on the route? Where is your first stop? Xikong Qing answered, the East Sea. The East Sea had never been a place of calm and tranquil winds. There were many strange beasts, at the same time also many solitary martial practitioners who took risks out of desperation, drifting along with the waves. These were all vicious characters, used to living a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife, lawless and out of control. A considerable portion of them did not even give face to the 6 great sacred grounds, hiding in the depths of the sea after causing trouble. If they could avoid it, they would avoid it, but if they couldn't, they would resign themselves to their fate. The situation in the sea was complicated. Wanting to find someone was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. It was only the experts of Jade Sea City who were similarly familiar with the situation in the sea that could cause these people to feel some fear. Especially with the entrance to the Flame Devil world being on the East Sea, with Flame Devils frequently entering, that place was filled with danger. In going to the East Sea, Xikong Qing naturally did not intend to be by Fu Enshu's side at all times. Therefore, it would be very hard to guarantee her safety. However, it was also precisely because of this that Xikong Qing intended to head to the East Sea. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Song Chao and Li Jingwan. Junior apprentice sister Xikong, why don't you travel together with senior apprentice brother Song and junior apprentice sister Li? It is not seeking Jade Sea City's protection, but at least you can understand the situation in the water domain and the East Sea from senior apprentice brother Song and the others, not going there in the dark. On the sea, many times, natural disasters are more ominous than man-made disasters. In the water domain of the eight extremities world, more than half of it was the sea. The land to the east of the mainland, as well as the part of the sea near the mainland, formed the water domain. Jade Sea City was situated on a massive island on the East Sea. Numerous islands dotted the sea densely like stars in the sky, all of them also belonging to the water domain. The sea was usually divided into the North Sea, the East Sea, and the South Sea. The part near the mainland was known as the Inner North Sea, the Inner East Sea, and the Inner South Sea. The Inner East Sea was completely a part of the water domain, while the Inner North Sea and the Inner South Sea, other than being encompassed by the water domain, each had a portion that belonged to the thunder domain and the lake domain respectively. Outside the water domain were the three great outer seas. Further east of the three great outer seas was generally known as the deep ocean. Hearing his words, Sikong Ching nodded. Yes, I understand. I might have to trouble senior apprentice brother Song and senior apprentice sister Li afterwards. Song Chao and Li Jingwan both said that it was fine. Li Jingwan smiled slightly, holding Sikong Ching's hand. Jingwan is untalented, but I can still be a guide for junior apprentice sister Sikong. Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City had originally been on friendly terms. In the incident of the devilish domain at Clear Concealed Lake, she had also been saved by Yin Zhaoge. Therefore, she had a very good impression of Broad Creed Mountain. While Sikong Ching's personality was cold, her heart was devoted to the martial Tao, her mind pure and clear. Li Jingwan also felt that she was rather amiable. On the other hand, while Sikong Ching didn't like to interact with others, she could also feel Li Jingwan's good intentions without any distracting thoughts. Being held by Li Jingwan at this moment, she didn't reject it. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Since that is so, I will have to trouble senior apprentice brother Song and junior apprentice sister Li. Sikong Ching prepared her luggage, then set off with the people of Jade Sea City, heading to the water domain. After sending Song Chao, Sikong Ching, and the others off, Yin Zhaoge focused on his own matters within Broad Creed Mountain. As time passed, many of Yin Zhaoge's ideas were also gradually being perfected. As time flowed, when Yin Zhaoge regained his wits, the annual extreme Yin bout finally arrived once more. To be continued. Chapter 323. The extreme Yin bout was held once a year, and now the fifth one was about to arrive. Over the past 4 years, Broad Creed Mountain, who had always been watching from the sidelines, was finally no longer a bystander this time, instead dispatching their maiden of extreme Yin to participate in this extreme Yin bout. For a time, Broad Creed Mountain once more drew the attention of various places. In the great battle that had concluded in the central heaven region of the heaven domain not long ago, Broad Creed Mountain had swept through the decimating abyss, also dominating the allied forces of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, defeating Huang Guanglie, who had emerged from seclusion with the momentum of the heavens, even causing the Sacred Sun Clan to lose the Great Sun heaven-measuring ruler, causing the internal situation of the entire eight extremities world to change greatly. The Sacred Sun Clan's position as the #1 sacred ground had been completely shaken. The Broad Creed Mountain that had reigned over the eight extremities world in the past had officially risen once more. Under such a background, Broad Creed Mountain having even begun to participate in the extreme Yin bout, which they had always been spectating from the sidelines, truly seemed a little domineering. Although, because of Lin Zhou, the other sacred grounds, especially the Sacred Sun Clan, had already known of Feng Yunxing's general situation before this. For a time, the various major powers, the Sacred Sun Clan included, were all paying close attention to this fifth extreme Yin bout. A lot of pressure. The Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain, and Jade Sea City. The two alliances had already completely fallen out. The location of the extreme Yin bout was once again set on the grounds of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's question, Feng Yunxing answered, "Whether there's pressure or not, I still have to go all out." Looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw that Feng Yunxing's expression was calm and resolute. In other matters, Feng Yunxing was very eloquent with her words, often teasing Yin Zhaoge. While she was magnanimous and straightforward, sometimes others would even overlook her gender. It was only when the matter of the extreme Yin bout was mentioned that Feng Yinsheng would become serious. This woman, who had always disregarded life and death, was actually extremely competitive in her bones. Yin Zhaoge said, "There is no need to care about the views of the outside world. As for the voices within the clan, there is also no need to care about them." Feng Yinsheng smiled. "Actually, it's not entirely unreasonable." Yin Zhaoge blinked. Broad Creed Mountain actually did not have a unified view of Feng Yinsheng, especially when Feng Yinsheng, as a maiden of extreme Yin, enjoyed a large amount of the sect's resources. Everyone knew of the importance of a maiden of extreme Yin. Winning the extreme Yin bout and the extreme Yin crown was no easy feat either. Everyone understood this principle. However, Feng Yinsheng, who had originally hailed from the Sacred Sun clan, inevitably caused some people to have misgivings. It was still fine now, but if Feng Yinsheng did not have any achievements in the extreme Yin bout for a long time to come, the pressure she would feel for within the sect would far surpass that from outside. All the more so, we should nurture our own maiden of extreme Yin with all our might. Vaguely, such a tone could be heard. The cause of this matter originated from a piece of news that Chang Zheng, who was previously the first seat elder of the Eastern Sea, had brought back. Just recently, Chang Zheng had found a maiden of extreme Yin in the East Sea. This girl originally had a master, but her master had died at the hands of the Flame Devils, while she had been saved by Broad Creed mountain and martial practitioners. Chang Zheng had originally thought nothing of it, but had unintentionally discovered that this girl actually possessed a rare extreme Yin physique. As the news spread, all of Broad Creed Mountain was overjoyed. After experiencing the great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain and Yuan Zhengfeng transcending mortality and entering sainthood, Broad Creed Mountain had obtained yet another maiden of extreme Yin, bringing much joy to the clan. Fu Inshu, who had gone to the EC to take over the position of the first seat elder, directly took on this female disciple. While in name, this girl was still an ordinary disciple, needing to undergo numerous tests before she could officially rise to become a core, direct disciple and take Fu Inshu as her master. However, the uniqueness of a maiden of extreme Yin left no one doubting this. Amidst envy, there were also strange voices that resounded. As some saw it, this new disciple with a comparatively simpler background was more suited to Broad Creed Mountain's needs. Of course, this was looking at the problem from a long-term perspective. Currently, even Feng Yinsheng had to work hard to catch up to those in the lead, let alone this one who had just started out. Currently, there were only a few such voices, completely inconsequential at all. However, if consecutive extreme Yin bouts proved that Feng Yinsheng could not be of much use, with the other party possessing greater talent and potential, it would inevitably cause more people to have second thoughts. This time, during the great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, Feng Yinsheng had not feared the dangers of entering the devilish domain Grand Formation, proving her sense of belonging to Broad Creed Mountain. At the end of the day, Feng Yinsheng still had to prove herself a step further. Disciples of the Sacred Sun clan switching allegiance to Broad Creed Mountain would ultimately be scrutinized with even harsher standards. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yinsheng smiled. "The clan has assigned you a mission, right? After this time's extreme Yin bout, you will also have to make a trip to Master's Place at the East Sea, further inspecting that new junior apprentice sister's talent and potential. If she can be nurtured, just like how you nurtured me, go and groom her." Yin Zhaoge shrugged. "Having double insurance is a good thing, just like how the Sacred Sun clan simultaneously nurtured you and Mengwan that year. However, with you having been delayed for 2 years, it would already be so hard for you to catch up. With her delayed even more, unless her talent surpasses yours and Mengwan's, there is not much hope." Yin Zhaoge said, "I will treat everyone equally, but the thoughts of some people in the clan are really too childish." Feng Yinsheng smiled. "Participating in the extreme Yin bout is not purely for exchanging pointers, but for the sake of the final winner, for the sake of obtaining the extreme Yin crown. If that junior apprentice sister really is stronger than me, It would also be only right for the clan to allocate resources to her. She raised her brows lightly. However, don't think of me as too weak. With this, Feng Yunsheng resembled a saber being unsheathed, regaining her usual sharp, domineering aura. Yin Zhaoge deliberately smiled. In this time's extreme bout, as long as you're not at the bottom, I will be perfectly satisfied. Feng Yunsheng did not argue, instead smiling. According to what you have always said, in this time's extreme bout, isn't it important for us to participate? Yin Zhaoge nodded leisurely. That's right. Therefore, relax your mentality. We will be arriving very soon. Zhaoge, this time, put in more effort, evaluating the maidens of extreme of the other clans. The bigwig of the clan who had brought Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng to participate in the extreme bout this time was the previous first seat elder of the Earth Domain, Elder Meng, who had returned to the clan after leaving his post. Yin Zhaoge said, "Rest easy, Elder Meng, I understand." Led by Elder Meng, the group arrived at the lake domain. If Clear Concealed Lake had not experienced that great calamity back then, like the Heavenly Connection meet back then, the fifth extreme bout would very likely have been held here. However, now, the location had been changed to where Turbid Wave Pavilion was. Gazing from far away, a country of lakes appeared before the eyes of Yin Zhaoge and the others. The continuous lake was vast as the sea, even larger than the Clear Concealed Lake of the past. The numerous lakes of Lianhu County in the central heaven region of the Heaven Domain paled in comparison to this place. Entering the territory of the Lake Domain, nearing Turbid Wave Pavilion, experts of Turbid Wave Pavilion welcomed them. At the same time, there were also disciples of Turbid Wave Pavilion who came to greet them. It was also someone Yin Zhaoge was familiar with, Turbid Wave Pavilion's direct disciple Xie Yuchan. After exchanging greetings, Yin Zhaoge and the others followed Xie Yuchan and the others inside. As Yin Zhaoge walked, he heard Xie Yuchan secretly send him a sound transmission. The Sacred Sun clan has dispatched 2 maidens of extreme this time, simultaneously participating in the extreme bout. Chapter 324. Receiving Xie Yuchan's sound transmission, Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change, but his gaze flickered slightly. As time passed, the 6 sacred grounds gradually gained their own maidens of extreme. However, on the basis of nurturing the current maidens of extreme, no one had given up on searching for new ones. Everyone understood the concept of double insurance. Due to the difference in strength between the old and the new, if their talents were similar, then the one who had been nurtured earlier would naturally have an advantage. However, the newcomers were not completely without a chance. For example, 2 veteran maidens of extreme had gone through a fierce battle that was evenly matched, and in the end, both of them were heavily injured, having expended too much of their energy. Even if the winner was decided, it would be difficult for them to fight again in a short period of time, and the newcomers would have a chance. Or they could use the newcomers to wear down the opponent's maiden of extreme without holding back, thereby creating an opportunity for their fellow disciples. However, as a newcomer, he had started too late. It was not easy for him to achieve anything. While the population of the 8 extremities world was massive, maidens of extreme were actually few and far between. Some of them were even more likely to be buried, never to be discovered at all. Or they might have wasted their youth, having passed the golden age for learning martial arts, their chi and blood having already begun to decline by the time they were discovered. Maidens of extreme often differed greatly in terms of talent and potential, being able to cause Xie Yuchan to specially warn him. That meant that this newcomer of the Sacred Sun clan definitely had some outstanding aspects. Speaking of which, the Earth Domain aside, even the Heaven Domain has been cursed. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips slightly. His clan had also managed to obtain 2 maidens of extreme. Yep, let's just say 2 for now. However, not a single one of them was from the Heaven Domain. Yin Zhaoge calculated within his heart. In letting her out this time, is it because the Sacred Sun clan has the confidence that her strength is at least sufficient to be Meng Wan's secondary carriage? Just like how Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had suppressed Feng Yunsheng from participating in the fourth extreme Yin bout, the other sacred grounds, for similar or different reasons, might also have made similar arrangements. The most classic example was Turbid Wave Pavilion's maiden of extreme Yin, Fan Xiao. He had suddenly appeared in the fourth extreme Yin bout. Participating in the extreme Yin bout for the first time, he had successfully obtained the crown, winning the extreme Yin crown. Even though part of this was due to the fact that his greatest competitor, the Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan, had been thinking long-term, affecting her performance at the last moment. However, other than Meng Wan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Infinite Boundless Mountain, and Jade Sea City had all sent their disciples to participate as well, all of them veteran maidens of extreme Yin who had already experienced 3 terms. The Jade Sea City disciple Chen Sutting was the victor of the second extreme Yin bout, her strength vaguely exceeding that of her peers, as she had always been Meng Wan's target and imaginary enemy. But in the end, it was Fan Xiao who stood out from the crowd, fought against Meng Wan, and obtained the final victory. Yin Zhaoge had seen the traces of light transmitted back by the seniors of his clan. Fan Xiao was of Turbid Wave Pavilion's direct lineage, having definitely not entered the clan just a year or 2 ago. Turbid Wave Pavilion had definitely nurtured Fan Xiao much earlier than the first extreme Yin bout, yet they had continuously suppressed her for 3 consecutive bouts, only releasing her after they had become relatively confident in her strength, and the result was shocking. As Yin Zhaoge walked, he thought, starting out early indeed has its advantages, ah? The Sacred Sun clan was the first to discover the secret of the extreme Yin crown, the first to plan it, the first to search for it, the first to groom it. In this aspect, on the whole, they are indeed ahead of everyone else. Counting the earliest Feng Yunsheng, the Sacred Sun clan had already produced 3 maidens of extreme Yin with impressive strength. Turbid Wave Pavilion's headquarters was also on an island at the heart of a lake. On the island, the scenery was beautiful, carrying with it the tranquility and elegance of a water village, not being able to tell that it was a lofty, sacred ground of the martial Tao. A small pavilion stood on the island, where the sacred ground of the lake domain, Turbid Wave Pavilion, was located. Yin Zhaoge surveyed his surroundings. This main island was only the most central region of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Surrounding this island at the heart of the lake, there were also many other small islands, on which there were various structures. Turbid Wave Pavilion disciples, as well as some facilities of the clan, were scattered on these small islands. Everything looked tranquil and exquisite, such that one could not bear to break the atmosphere here. However, if one thought that this place was very weak, that would be a big mistake. The entire surrounding lake was enveloped by Turbid Wave Pavilion's guardian Grand Formation. While it looked tranquil now, when the Grand Formation circulated completely, borrowing the massive power of the heavens and the earth, it possessed a shocking momentum that could flip the heavens and overturn the earth. Led by Xie Yuchan and the others, Yin Zhaoge's group ascended the main island, arriving before that pavilion together. While it looked small and exquisite from the outside, its interior was like a completely different world, its space seemingly having been expanded somewhat. While many people entered, it did not feel cramped or small. Yin Zhaoge's gaze swept over, seeing that the people of the Sacred Sun clan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Infinite Boundless Mountain, and Jade Sea City had already arrived. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's Nianlei, Infinite Boundless Mountain's Ling Hui, Jade Sea City's Chun Sutting, the Sacred Sun clans. Yin Zhaoge recognized them one by one, his gaze pausing slightly at the Sacred Sun clan side. As compared to over 2 years ago, Mengwan's appearance had not changed much. Her features were still perfect and flawless, a pair of eyes that resembled that of a small deer, intelligent with some craftiness, yet also delicate and lovable. However, having personally interacted with her before, Yin Zhaoge was clear that this girl was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Strictly speaking, through the tussle of the glacial dragon bone soul the last time, the two had not truly met. This was still the first time that they were meeting face to face like this. As Yin Zhaoge and the others entered, Everyone's gazes also looked over. Mengwan's gaze swept past Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, finally coming to rest on Feng Yunsheng as she blinked. Feng Yunsheng's expression did not change, but after entering, she also looked towards Mengwan. Although this was an extreme Yin bout, with the people of Broad Creed Mountain having arrived, most of their attention was placed on Yin Zhaoge. Surrounded by everyone's gazes, Yin Zhaoge was calm and composed as he continued to observe the others. His gaze shifted away from Mengwan, falling on a young girl beside her. The other party was even a little younger than Sikong Qing. Although her white clothes were embroidered with gold, shining like sunlight, it only caused a chill to arise within one's heart upon seeing it. If one were to say that Sikong Qing was clear and cold, then this young girl was ice cold. Her appearance was decent and beautiful, but standing there, she resembled a towering ice mountain. The Sacred Sun clan's third maiden of extreme Yin, Yun Xiuqing. On the way here, Yin Zhaoge had already learned of the other party's name from Xie Yuchan. Although he could not ascertain her exact age and cultivation base, she was undoubtedly another young martial scholar. Yin Zhaoge appraised Yun Xiuqing for a moment before his gaze fell on the host's side. There stood a girl of similar age to Mengwan. This was Turbid Wave Pavilion's maiden of extreme Yin, Fan Xiao. Just looking at her facial features, Fan Xiao's appearance was above average, but her entire person seemed to overflow with spiritual qi. Seeing Yin Zhaoge's gaze look over, she could not help but smile. With this smile, Yin Zhaoge discovered that she had a pair of rabbit teeth that were not too obvious. However, they did not appear ugly, instead causing her to look even more lively and intelligent. Senior apprentice brother Yin, right? At Clear Concealed Lake last time, it was all thanks to you for saving Yao Yao and senior apprentice brother Wan. The other party's sound transmission resounded by Yin Zhaoge's ears. P.S. Recommending a new urban novel to everyone. Book title: The Strongest Chef Tyrant, book number 100/349/9298, added / to prevent blocking. Author: Big Liang P., writing about urban dining, relatively rare. It is said that the author himself has many years of experience as a chef. It is worth looking forward to. To be continued. Chapter 325. The Yao Yao that Fan Xiao spoke of was naturally the direct disciple of Turbid Wave Pavilion, whom Yin Zhaoge had met once during the Heavenly Connection meet at Clear Concealed Lake, Zhang Yao. In the incident of Clear Concealed Lake's devilish domain, Zhang Yao had similarly been captured by Lu Shengfeng and the others like Li Jingwan, having luckily been rescued by Yin Zhaoge. Fan Xiao and Zhang Yao were of similar age and usually seemed to be rather close. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, nodding towards Fan Xiao in return, similarly sending via sound transmission. Junior apprentice sister Fan is polite. Swiveling his head, he saw that Feng Yunsheng and Mengwan were still staring at each other. Yin Zhaoge could not help but smile, his gaze falling on Mengwan once more. Mengwan finally shifted her gaze away from Feng Yunsheng, meeting Yin Zhaoge calmly, smiling in a refined and courteous manner, not lacking in manners nor appearing close. Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan had already completely fallen out. Her reaction towards Yin Zhaoge like this was also really normal. However, no anger or resentment could be seen from her due to the conflict within the icy cold pond back then. Beside Mengwan, the longtime elder of the Sacred Sun clan in charge of leading them was the Sunset Lord of the Seven Reigning Suns. The Sunset Lord's emotions were currently calm, not fluctuating in the least, but he was looking deeply at Yin Zhaoge. In front of Yin Zhaoge, Elder Meng also stared at the Sunset Lord, not backing down in the slightest. As their gazes met, it was as though flames were ignited within the air. Within the pavilion, Broad Creed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City side and the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall side were clearly separated, vaguely forming a stalemate, neither side giving way to the other. Standing amongst them, the Turbid Wave Pavilion martial practitioners all sighed inwardly as they saw this. Now, a figure suddenly appeared before them, without any prior warning whatsoever, yet also appearing as though it was only natural, as though it had always been there. That was a rather tall, middle-aged woman. Her features were ordinary, yet deep as the ocean, giving off a feeling of being deep and unfathomable. This person's appearance had long since spread throughout the entire Eight Extremities world. There was no one here who did not recognize her. Turbid Wave Pavilion's current pavilion lord, Turbid Wave Rolling Clouds and Qinglin. At the same time, she was also the only female martial saint of the Eight Extremities world and the #1 expert of the Eight Extremities world. And Qinglin, who had the appearance of a middle-aged woman, was actually not young either, as she had managed Turbid Wave Pavilion for so many years. And Qinglin, who had the appearance of a middle-aged man, was actually not young, having been in charge of Turbid Wave Pavilion for many years. She was of the same generation as Yuan Zhengfeng, Huang Guanglia, Shun Li, and the others. She was slightly younger and had been famous for many years, her name shaking the Eight Extremities world. And Qinglin nodded slightly, returning the greeting before saying, "The flame devils invading from the EC are the common enemies of our Eight Extremities world. The Extreme Een Bout and the Extreme Een Crown stand against the flame devils, holding great significance. Maidens of Extreme Een of the various sects, please display your best abilities, deciding on the strongest one to wield the Extreme Een Crown. As the host, our pavilion should maintain the orderly conduct of the Extreme Een Bout. I hope that whoever obtains the Extreme Een Crown will remember the danger of the Flame Devils." And Qinglin's meaning was very clear. Elder Meng, the Sunset Lord, and the others all nodded. That's how it should be. Pavilion Lord in his right. Yin Zhaoge looked at Qinglin. Turbid Wave Pavilion stance was still extremely upright. In the fourth Extreme Een Bout, Fan Xiao had won the Extreme Een Crown back to Turbid Wave Pavilion. In the past year, Turbid Wave Pavilion had always held onto the Extreme Een Crown. In the few major disturbances brought about by the Flame Devils on the EC, Turbid Wave Pavilion and the Extreme Een Crown had always stood on the front lines, truly worthy of praise. Before the fifth Extreme Een Bout this time, the internal situation of the Eight Extremities world had changed greatly once more. Broad Creed Mountain had completely fallen out with the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, forming irreconcilable enmity as the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. While their strength was similar for the time being, with neither side able to do anything to the other as they had temporarily fallen into a stalemate, the atmosphere was much more tense than it had been before the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain. Under such circumstances, whichever side obtained the Extreme Een Crown, it would be a nightmare for the other side. On the contrary, if Turbid Wave Pavilion maintained a neutral stance, with Turbid Wave Pavilion holding onto the Extreme Een Crown, it would instead be a situation where both sides could reach a compromise. If one side intended to harm Turbid Wave Pavilion, it would undoubtedly be forcing Turbid Wave Pavilion to join the other side's camp. Also, if Turbid Wave Pavilion did not participate in the internal struggles of the human race, instead focusing on battling the Flame Devils, it would be detrimental to Turbid Wave Pavilion, even possibly incurring the displeasure of the painting saint, Old Man Mo. While this old man did not participate in the internal struggles of the human race, he had always been paying attention to the invasion of the Flame Devils. Of course, if they could fight for it, who would be willing to give up on a supreme treasure like the Extreme Een Crown? Under such circumstances, Turbid Wave Pavilion could still abide by the rules, handing over the Extreme Een Crown and letting the Extreme Een Bout proceed as usual. Their integrity could already be considered rather high, especially as Yin Zhaoge knew. While Turbid Wave Pavilion was conservative and neutral, it was not that they had no desires. Wanting to maintain their independence and neutrality, they would inevitably require the support of great power. All along, Turbid Wave Pavilion had also been working hard to improve themselves, forging a sacred artifact that belonged to them. It was just that they had always stably developed within the lake domain, not expanding outwards, also not interfering in the struggles of the other sacred grounds. On one hand, their integrity is firm. On the other hand, They're also very confident in Fan Xiu. Yin Zhaoge glanced at that rabbit-toothed beauty, looking at Elder Meng, the Sunset Lord, and the others, and Qing Lin continued. Since that is so, this time's extreme Yin bout will be held as scheduled 3 days later. All disciples of the various clans, go back to rest and make your preparations. If you have any requests, you can bring them up to our disciples. In previous extreme Yin bouts, only 2 people remained after the first round, before the final victor was decided. And Qinglin's gaze swept across the faces of Meng Wan, Feng Yunsheng, Yun Xiuqing, and the others. This year, the number of people has increased to 7. This old woman proposes that after the first round, for people remain, then the victor be decided in groups of 2. What do you all think? Elder Meng and the others said, Pavilion Lord An's words make sense. We have no objections. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng exchanged glances, not saying anything. According to convention, the extreme Yin bout was split into 2 rounds. In the first round, everyone was enveloped beneath the radiance of the extreme Yin crown, each displaying their specialties, communicating with the extreme Yin crown and stimulating its radiance. The judge of this round was equivalent to the extreme Yin crown itself. Because it involved the factor of actual combat, there would be a second round of competition afterwards. In the first round, the others were eliminated, with the most outstanding 2 remaining. It was not just a simple contest of martial arts, but also a clash where the power of extreme Yin was drawn upon, deciding the final victor, becoming the owner of the extreme Yin crown for the following year. In the previous 3 extreme Yin bouts, Broad Creed Mountain and Turbid Wave Pavilion had not participated, with the Sacred Sun clan also only having Mengwan. Therefore, the number of maidens of extreme Yin participating in the extreme Yin bout had been 4 in total. In the 4th extreme Yin bout, Fan Xiu had participated, becoming 5. And this time, with the addition of Broad Creed Mountain's Feng Yunsheng and the Sacred Sun clan's Yun Xiuqing, the total number had become 7. As the competition grew more and more intense, no one was willing to be a side character. P.S. Recommending a new book, Primordial Mystical Door. Author, Infinitely Bad, book number 100/346/4622. Introduction. A group of mysterious sacred cultivators who claim to be of the mystical door, relying on the power of primordial runes, rampaging in all directions in the world of 9 suns. They even dare to battle with the saints of the great wilderness, causing the native cultivators of the world of 9 suns to tremble in fear, not knowing their origins or whereabouts. To be continued. Chapter 326. In order to avoid conflict between the 2 sides, Turbid Wave Pavilion had arranged separate lodgings for Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan on 2 separate islands. Enveloped by a grand formation, if a battle erupted between the 2 sides, Turbid Wave Pavilion would be able to intervene and mediate in time. On the surface of the boundless lake, a small boat floated, extremely far away from the island. Gazing into the surroundings from a boat, one could only see the boundless lake water. A girl sat on the boat, bottles and jars placed before her, holding a metal skewer in her hand. On the skewer was a bird whose belly had been split open, its feathers removed. Beside the girl, there were also a few metal skewers that were similarly skewered with sparrows. The girl spread her fingers, grabbing towards the air before her, a lot of firewood being bound and enveloped by her orochi. She lit a fire on the boat, but the fire was controlled by her orochi, hovering just like that in mid-air, not affecting the boat at all. The girl placed the thing in her hand on the fire to roast, also sprinkling seasonings on it from time to time in a practiced manner. Now, someone approached. The girl sensed it, but a black saber lay quietly by her side, not showing any intention of retrieving it. Leaping onto the boat, seeing this girl, the other party cheered, Senior Apprentice Sister. The newcomer's eyes were bright, her beauty moving. It was precisely the Sacred Sun clan's direct disciple, Mengwan, and the person on the boat, her long black hair draped behind her, a smile at the corner of her mouth, her gaze flowing, her heroic bearing flourishing. It was Feng Yunsheng who had already entered Broad Creed Mountain. Seeing Meng Wan, Feng Yunsheng smiled. Little Wan came so quickly. My first bird has yet to be roasted. Meng Wan's usual demure demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Leaping onto the boat, she squatted before Feng Yunsheng without a care for her image, looking eagerly at the bird that Feng Yunsheng was currently roasting. Senior apprentice sister, I like it a little stronger. Feng Yunsheng said, I naturally know your taste. Smiling, Meng Wan just looked at Feng Yunsheng like that, feeling as though she had returned to when she had just entered the clan when she was young. Looking at Meng Wan, Feng Yunsheng sighed emotionally. While I've seen some traces of light, it has already been more than 4 years since we've met. Little One has already grown into a young lady. Meng Wan smiled and said, Is it because a girl changes 18 times between womanhood and womanhood, becoming more and more beautiful? Feng Yunsheng laughed in spite of herself. Of course. I've heard that the young heroes who have the intention of courting you can line up from the world illuminating peak all the way to the eastern sea. In the lake region we are currently in, Turbid Wave Pavilion's core direct disciple Wan Ping has always been thinking about you. Meng Wan's expression was indifferent, but she had a smug look on her face, like a proud little peacock. Of course, I'm cute, beautiful, and talented. Beauty isn't just for show. Naturally, I'll be the dream lover of many. Feng Yunsheng smiled and shook her head. It was only in front of her and Meng Wan's own master that she could see Meng Wan like this. Other than that, the person who appeared in front of the world, including the Sacred Sun clans Huang, Guanglia, and the new disciples, would forever only be that gentle, elegant, modest, polite, perfect, and flawless. No flaws to be found in her at all. The heaven's favored daughter who always made people feel at ease and would never make a mistake. Meng Wan's expression didn't seem to mind, but the tips of her brows, the corners of her eyes, every single wrinkle on her face seemed to be soundlessly saying the same thing. Come and praise me. Come and praise me. Come and praise me. Feng Yunsheng looked rather interestedly at Meng Wan. In some ways, Meng Wan was somewhat similar to another person, Yin Zhaoge. That person, while appearing to have an orderly demeanor on the surface, was actually also a very smug, very flamboyant person in his bones. He liked to show off his divinity in front of others, shocking onlookers till they were all dumbstruck. Similarly, as Feng Yunsheng knew, Yin Zhaoge's evaluation of Meng Wan was also not low. That year, she had cleverly led Yin Zhaoge to find Feng Yunsheng, helping her out of her predicament and obstructing Xiao Shen's pursuit. Not only had she helped Feng Yunsheng, she had also broken off Yin Zhaoge's tracking of her. At the same time, she had also not directly clashed with Xiao Shen, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. It was also from that time that Yin Zhaoge had clearly realized that this girl who looked harmless, instead even being able to incite the desire of others to protect her, was truly not someone to be trifled with. And having grown up together with Meng Wan since young, Feng Yunsheng understood this all too well. It was only in front of her and her master that Meng Wan revealed her true side. That's right, the dream lover of countless people. Who knows how many men, and there might even be women, want to press you down beneath them. Feng Yunsheng's expression was calm as she sprinkled some spices on the skewers, then flipped them over on the fire, pressed them down beneath you, next rolling up and down, rocking back and forth. Meng Wan instantly couldn't bear it. It's better not to. Feng Yunsheng smiled as she looked at her. Somewhat unconvinced, Meng Wan snorted. Anyway, senior apprentice sister, don't look down on me. I can also be considered to have grown up to be a slender and elegant woman now. And, regrettably, as soon as you eat, everything is destroyed. Feng Yunsheng's tone was slow and leisurely. Meng Wan cried out aggrievedly, Senior apprentice sister. Feng Yunsheng waved the metal skewer in her hand. It's done. Are you going to eat it or not? Meng Wan immediately scooted over to her, looking even more flattering than Little Meaty and Pan Pan. Of course I'm going to eat it. Feng Yunsheng smiled as she handed the metal skewer to Meng Wan, who instantly ate heartily happily. This was something that only Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan knew. Even Meng Wan's master didn't know that her disciple was a super glutton. And just as Feng Yunsheng had said, Meng Wan's table manners indeed caused her usual tranquil and peaceful image of a goddess to appear rather disillusioned. It wasn't that she was uncouth, but she truly had the air of a man who drank wine and ate large chunks of meat. Feng Yinsheng just smiled, looking at Meng Wan before taking out another metal skewer, picking up the bird on it, and beginning to cook it once more. She first ate with Meng Wan, then ate as well, the two chatting and laughing as they talked about some interesting things that had happened after their separation. However, regarding the extreme Een bout before them, regarding the conflict between Broadcreed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, the two did not utter a single word about it. After they had finished eating, the two girls sat side by side on the small boat, looking at the scenery of the lake in the distance. Leaning on Feng Yunxing's shoulder, Meng Wan murmured softly, "If I could always possess the extreme Een crown, if I were a martial grandmaster and had the ability to unleash the power of the extreme Een crown to an even higher level, even before the old clan chief, my words would also carry weight. I would be able to seek justice for you, senior apprentice sister, and help you return to the mountain. Now, Xiao Shun is dead, Elder Pan is also dead, and the people who persecuted you in the Sacred Sun clan are all gone. However, all of this is already meaningless." Feng Yinsheng lightly embraced Meng Wan, not speaking. Back then, in the 1 year between the first extreme Een bout and the second extreme Een bout, the forces pursuing her had weakened greatly. The reason for this was actually because Meng Wan had won the extreme Een crown and was helping her out in the Sacred Sun clan. Perhaps her personality was somewhat similar to Yin Zhaoga's, but they were ultimately different. Faced with the tacit approval of the clan's upper echelons, as well as the pressure from the Grand Elder Pan Buatai, Meng Wan's personality determined that she wouldn't forcibly resist it. However, she had always tried to lessen the pressure on Feng Yunsheng in a roundabout manner. Leaning on Feng Yunsheng's shoulder, Meng Wan's gaze was a little misty. To her, on one side, was Feng Yunsheng, and on the other was her master who had raised her debt of gratitude as heavy as a mountain. And to Feng Yunsheng, Broadcreed Mountain had also given her a new lease on life. While it was a joyous reunion after a long time, the extreme Een bout, the contest for the extreme Een crown, was something that neither of them could give in to. Although she had already expected such a day to come after learning that Feng Yunsheng had regained her extreme Een physique, Meng Wan still felt a sense of loss. To be continued. Chapter 327. Old friends reunited after a long time. After a short reunion, they separated. After all, they were now of different camps. Moreover, they were two forces that were hostile to each other. When the extreme Een bout officially began, and they met once more in front of everyone, it was just like when they had first met. You look at me, I look at you. Pretending not to know each other was definitely impossible, but there also seemed to be nothing to say. In front of so many bigwigs, any small actions would most likely be discovered. The two girls didn't even communicate with each other through their eyes. At this moment in the extreme Een bout, the relationship between them was that of opponents. It was nighttime when the extreme Een bout commenced. Turbid Wave Pavilion was under gloomy and rainy weather today, dark clouds covering the sky densely, obscuring the radiance of the moon and stars as the night sky was completely dark. Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion, Lord and Qinglin personally presided over the extreme Een bout. She nodded towards her maiden of extreme Een, Fanxiu. Fanxiu was no longer smiling at this moment. Pursing her lips, her pair of little rabbit teeth had also vanished. She formed a fist seal with one hand, keeping it by her waist, the fingers of her other hand clasped together as she pushed out horizontally. Accompanied by this action of Fanxiu's, radiance instantly flickered above her head. It was bright, cold, and silent. However, the radiance was bright, instantly causing the night sky to no longer be dark. Moonlight that seemed able to compete with the brightness of the sun appeared above Fanxiu's head. Amidst the moonlight, an elegant and exquisite pure white crown formed of almost transparent ice crystals appeared. An ancient, desolate aura emanated, clear and distant, moving one's soul. As the faint, clear radiance dispersed, Moonlight seemed to illuminate the entire world at this moment. As this exquisite pure white crown appeared, its powerful presence was completely not inferior to that of the martial saint and Qinglin beside it. Everyone's attention was drawn at this moment, looking at that extraordinary sacred artifact, the extreme Yin crown. Yin Zhaoge was also looking at the extreme Yin crown. Other than considering the extreme Yin bout before him, he also thought of some other things. Back in the Sand region, after having obtained the pillar of the Divine Palace, he had refined it on a deeper level, having seen many traces of light engraved on it. Amongst them, there had been a mysterious woman who had found the pillar of the Divine Palace earlier than Yin Zhaoge, yet had not taken it away. Now that he had personally seen the extreme Yin crown, feeling the concept contained within from a close distance, Yin Zhaoge could be sufficiently certain that the crown on the head of the woman who had met the pillar of the Divine Palace in the great western desert back then that he had found familiar was precisely this sacred artifact that had attracted the attention of the entire world that everyone had fought over. The pillar of the Divine Palace had been buried in the great western desert for too long, and no one knew when that mysterious woman had come from. However, the other party was likely related to the Divine Palace of the past, which made Yin Zhaoge take note of it. Fan Xiao withdrew her left fist from her waist and slowly punched forward. Accompanied by this action of hers, the power of the extreme Yin crown abruptly surged. Then, it floated away from Fan Xiao's head, flying towards mid-air. The connection between Fan Xiao and the sacred weapon began to weaken and was on the verge of being severed. Although the moonlight still shrouded the world, the powerful feeling of power in the crown was also gradually dissipating. It wasn't that it was declining, but it was as if it had entered a deep slumber. And Qinglin said, "The time has come. The fifth extreme Yin bout is about to begin." Hearing her words, Elder Meng, the Sunset Lord, and the others all nodded towards Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan. All the maidens of extreme Yin present, Fan Xiao, who had just severed her connection with the extreme Yin crown, all stepped forward in unison, congregating beneath the hovering extreme Yin crown. They all yelled in unison, raising their heads to gaze at the extreme Yin crown. Within their pupils, a luster surged, resembling a faint metallic luster. Affected by this radiance, the extreme Yin crown shook slightly, as if having just fallen into a deep slumber, it had awoken very quickly. Then, the majestic feeling of power appeared once more. It was just that the power fluctuations emanating now originated from the extreme Yin crown itself, not having a clear direction as they were released in response. With the extreme Yin crown as their center, 7 pillars of light similarly flickering with a faint golden radiance descended from the sky amidst the clear, cold moonlight, enveloping Feng Yunsheng and the others. Feng Yunsheng sensed her thoughts and feelings, seemingly establishing a connection with the sacred artifact in midair. While it was being shared with others, while the connection was still very shallow and limited, Feng Yunsheng's heart still inevitably shook. That place seemed like her homeland, like an incomparably familiar friend, like the place she belonged to. Feng Yunsheng's expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful as she looked quietly at the extreme Yin crown in midair. Once, for many years, that white crown in midair had been her unceasing goal and motivation. It was not just the hopes and aspirations of the Sacred Sun clan, but also the life goal that Feng Yunsheng herself had been happy to strive for. Sadly, afterwards, it had been shattered like a mirage. Luckily, Feng Yunsheng's will was strong as she very quickly found a new life goal, firmly believing that even without the extreme Yin physique, she would still be able to live a splendid life. After that, there was hope once again, gaining and then losing, losing and then regaining, going round and round. Those who had not had similar experiences would be hard-pressed to understand how it felt. For herself, for Broad Cree Mountain, Feng Yunsheng had to go all out. While this was her first time officially participating, Feng Yunsheng had long since memorized the process of the extreme Yin bout. Within the faint golden pillar of light, Feng Yunsheng roared, her black saber leaving its sheath and chopping towards the air. Within the other 6 pillars of light, Meng Wan and the others also did the same, each displaying their specialties. The moves that they were currently executing were not purely the supreme martial arts of their respective clans, but the supreme extreme Yin arts of their own martial arts combined with the power of extreme Yin. Through the supreme extreme Yin arts, they had established a deeper connection with the extreme Yin crown, resonating with it. After someone had obtained the extreme Yin crown, with the extreme Yin crown as their Dao and the supreme extreme Yin arts as their artifact, they would be able to wield this powerful sacred artifact with their martial scholar cultivation base. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's Maiden of Extreme Yin, Nianlei, struck out consecutively with her palms, resembling rushing thunder. Within the pillar of light that enveloped her, a silhouette appeared, condensing into a great drum. Dong, 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 dong sounds unceasingly, resembling the sound of thunder exploding one after another. Infinite, boundless mountains maiden of extreme Yin, Ling Hui, resonated with the sacred artifact with her supreme extreme Yin arts, manifesting a seemingly unremarkable chisel that seemed able to pierce through a mountain. Jade Sea City's Chun Sutting manifested a massive vessel, riding the winds and breaking the waves. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Xiao, however, manifested a paper umbrella, drifting amidst the rain. This was the first round of the bout to be judged by the sacred artifact, the extreme Yin crown. No one would be able to falsify it. Who was stronger and who was weaker was clear at a glance. Infinite, boundless mountains Ling Hui was the weakest, the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Nianlei was the stronger, and Jade Sea City's Chin Sutting was a level above Nianlei. The youngest of the 4, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Xiao, was the strongest. Now, however, the clear cry of a young phoenix emitted from Meng Wan's mouth. Then, within the faint golden pillar of light that enveloped her, the silhouette of a fiery phoenix took form, spreading its wings and soaring. As the fiery phoenix spread its wings, it instantly suppressed the momentum of the others, dominating them all. To be continued. Chapter 328. Yin Zhaoge looked calmly at the ongoing extreme Yin bout before him. In the past few bouts, he had also seen the light recordings brought back by his clan seniors. Now that he was observing them from a close distance, corroborating them, he had the most direct and accurate judgment of the maidens of extreme Yin present. Following beside him, Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, it looks like Meng Wan outshines them all, ah?" Yin Zhaoge said casually, "Evaluating the strength of a maiden of extreme Yin is not a one-sided thing. Generally speaking, the strength of a maiden of extreme Yin's cultivation base, the amount of extreme Yin power they possess, and the strength of the supreme extreme Yin arts they comprehend all come together to determine the strength of a maiden of extreme Yin in wielding the extreme Yin crown. In actual combat, it also involves their level of adaptability. Therefore, they can generally be viewed as 4 decisive factors." Looking at Meng Wan, Yin Zhaoge saw the fiery phoenix spreading its wings above her head, its aura surging to the heavens. What drew people's attention even more was that the silhouette of a fiery phoenix above Meng Wan's head was half black, half white. This meant that the Sacred Sun clan and Meng Wan had already made substantial progress in analyzing the yin-yang coexisting technique to raise their strength a step further, no longer having just seen through it in the 4th Extreme Yin bout last year, resulting in their foundation becoming unstable and their strength instead regressing. Taking a step back then was to advance 3 steps forward now. Meng Wan had perfectly illustrated this point. That was why her strength had skyrocketed today, presiding over everyone present. Meng Wan leads in all aspects, fully deserving of the title of the current strongest maiden of extreme Yin. Yin Zhaoge sighed, emotionally. In terms of cultivation base, Meng Wan herself was a genius in the first place. Also, with the full support of the Sacred Sun clan, as well as having grasped the extreme Yin crown over the past 2 years, the increase in her daily cultivation, Meng Wan had already stepped into the early Xiantian martial scholar realm at such a young age, the highest of all the maidens of extreme Yin present. In terms of the strength of extreme yin power, Meng Wan was even more unrivaled, her innate talent having been raised a step further by the yin-yang coexisting technique. In terms of the power of supreme extreme yin arts, according to past experience, Meng Wan was also a peak existence. In terms of actual combat experience, while Meng Wan could not be said to have experienced 100 battles, she was still extremely abundant. That year, the extreme yin crown had fallen from her hands a second time precisely because she had wielded the extreme yin crown in a head-on clash with a flame devil king in the EC. Although Meng Wan was injured, she was a martial scholar. Being able to survive a battle with a martial sage was undoubtedly a great benefit. Feng Yinxing had once said that as long as nothing happened to Meng Wan herself, the extreme yin crown would not be lost to her when she participated in the extreme yin bout. These words were spoken from the bottom of his heart and were not spoken casually. Looking at the people participating in the first round of the examination, Yin Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly. Infinite Boundless Mountain's Ling Hui is the weakest, just the opposite of Meng Wan, being rather mediocre in all areas. It might be a little impolite to say this, but if there is no earth-shattering change, Junior Sister Ling will only be a bystander every year if she participates. The Heavenly Thunder hauls Nian Lei. Right, other things aside, ever since the fourth extreme yin bout last year, the power of extreme yin has begun to increase. While it is limited, it is indeed increasing. Glancing at the great silhouetted drum in the air above Nian Lei's head, Yin Zhaoge saw that the surface of the drum was also vaguely divided into black and white, one side black and one side white. However, it wasn't clear and was rather blurry. Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. The Heavenly Thunder Hall is indeed also attempting a yin-yang coexisting technique to raise the strength of their maidens of extreme yin. However, it is all based on their own probing, and having only just begun, there is still a long way for them to go. Things like innovation were often the most difficult at the start. After it had gotten on the right track, it would welcome rapid development, only reaching a certain height and encountering a bottleneck, slowing down once more as they sought a breakthrough. Hearing his words, Ahu also appraised them curiously. Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned to the other side. Jade Sea City's Chun Sutting's greatest advantage lies in her cultivation base. Other than that, the supreme extreme yin arts that Jade Sea City specially created for her are also rather extraordinary. Of all the participants, Chun Sutting was the oldest, having cultivated for the longest time, also having once wielded the extreme yin crown for a year. Currently, she was the only maiden of extreme yin whose cultivation base was similar to Meng Wan's, also having broken through to the early Xiantian martial scholar realm. The supreme extreme yin arts were mainly comprehended by the maidens of extreme yin themselves, but with the help of seniors of the clan, they would be able to use them more easily. Of the 6 great sacred grounds, the martial arts of Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion were originally all proficient in the power of yin. In the first extreme yin bout earlier, Chun Sutting had been Meng Wan's greatest competitor. At that time, Meng Wan had still been young, and she had finally won by a hair's breadth. In the second extreme yin bout, Meng Wan had been injured. In the end, Chun Sutting had won, winning the extreme yin crown back to Jade Sea City. In the War of the Eastern Tang, it had been Chun Sutting who had brought the extreme yin crown along with Jade Sea City's longtime elders, traversing east to the Earth Domain, cooperating with Broad Creed Mountain in ambushing the Sacred Sun Clan's Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler. Sadly, however, in the third extreme yin bout, Meng Wan, having fully recovered from her injuries, had made a grand comeback. In the fourth extreme yin bout, Meng Wan had strategically chosen to give it up. In the end, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Shio had appeared out of nowhere. However, even so, in the fifth extreme yin bout, Chun Sutting had still been rather competitive. As for Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Shio, as Yin Zhaoge saw it, she was rather extraordinary, resembling a slightly smaller version of Meng Wan. Outstanding in all aspects. What was especially worth mentioning was that Fan Shio's innate talent was extremely powerful. This rabbit-toothed girl might even be the maiden of extreme Yin with the greatest innate talent. If Meng Wan had not been strengthened by the yin-yang coexisting technique, she might not even have been able to defeat Fan Xiao in terms of innate talent. Also, Fan Xiao of Turbid Wave Pavilion had comprehended and created supreme, extreme Yin arts, which were extremely intricate. Looking at that small umbrella above Fan Xiao's head, Yin Zhaoge nodded to himself. Other than these old opponents, Yin Zhaoge's gaze fell on another person, also participating in this year's Extreme Yin bout for the first time. Sacred Sun Clan, Yun Xiuqing. While they hailed from the same clan, Yun Xiuqing and Meng Wan were vastly different. Currently, above her head was the image of a mountain peak. It was a snowy mountain, but on its peak, flames and lava spurted out from time to time. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Meng Wan switched to cultivating in the yin-yang coexisting technique halfway through. This girl is clearly no exception, her extreme yin power being rather impressive. Her comprehension ability is excellent, and her supreme extreme yin arts are also extraordinary. It's just that she is a little inexperienced, her cultivation base somewhat low, but her overall strength is also extremely strong. Ahu blinked. Being able to receive such an evaluation from Yin Zhaoge, it could already be considered very rare. Looking carefully, Ahu indeed saw through some things. Then, looking at the others, he saw that the leading elders of Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Heavenly Thunder Hall all had rather ugly expressions on their faces. This newcomer Yin Xiuqing was shockingly even stronger than Ling Hui and Nian Lei, who had already participated in 4 extreme yin bouts. The expressions of those of Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion were similarly solemn, because Yun Xiuqing clearly already possessed the strength to threaten Chen Sutting and Fan Xiao. The Sacred Sun Clan's leading Sunset Lord was expressionless. Some of the accompanying Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners behind him had cold smiles appear on their faces as their gazes swept past Yin Zhaoge and Elder Meng, finally landing on Feng Yinsheng for spots. Chen Sutting and Fan Xiao are fine, but you traitor, scram back to Broad Creed Mountain as soon as possible. Chapter 329. In the 5th Extreme Yin bout, the number of maidens of Extreme Yin participating had increased to 7. In the first round of assessment, 3 people would be eliminated and 4 would remain. The standard of judgment was left to the Extreme Yin crown itself. The 7 were all enveloped by the radiance of the Extreme Yin crown, at the same time resonating with it. The competition between maidens of extreme yin strength was related to each person's cultivation level. However, it was not a simple competition of martial arts. Being able to better communicate with the extreme yin crown and wield the power of the extreme yin crown was the ultimate measure. All other factors were just factors influencing this final goal. Resonating with the extreme yin crown would directly display this. The extreme yin crown would fairly respond to everyone's communications. The thickness and brightness of the 7 light pillars began to change gradually. The weaker a person was, the thinner the light beam would be, and the dimmer the radiance would be. On the contrary, the light beam would be thicker and the radiance would be brighter. Therefore, of everyone present, Infinite Boundless Mountain's Ling Hui was the weakest, directly at the bottom. While the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Nian Lei was stronger than Ling Hui, she could only be ranked 2nd from the bottom. Although due to Lin Zhou, the Heavenly Thunder Hall had guided Nian Lei onto a correct path, and they could already gradually see results. There were still many areas where they had to work hard on, requiring even more time. Meng Wan was undoubtedly the strongest, while Fan Xiao was basically sitting firmly in the 2nd place for the time being. What was more interesting was that although Chen Sutting seemed to be in 3rd place, her position was not stable. The pillar of light that enveloped Yun Xiuqing grew brighter and brighter with an extremely rapid momentum. Seeing this, everyone's expressions were rather solemn. While they had expected that since the Sacred Sun Clan had sent Yun Xiuqing to participate, this girl would definitely be extraordinary, they had not expected this to be the case. She had thought that she was only qualified to be Meng Wan's assistant. but now it seemed that everyone had underestimated her. With 3 people eliminated in the first round, the Sacred Sun clan would actually be able to occupy 2 of the remaining 4 spots. Thinking up to here, everyone couldn't help but begin to pay attention to the other person who was also participating in the extreme bout for the first time. Everyone looked over and saw that the pillar of light enveloping Feng Yunsheng was flickering. With a saber in hand, Feng Yunsheng tied her long hair into a ponytail. The edge of the blade pointed into the void, where there was a figure of light floating and sinking, faintly discernible, flickering along with the pillar of light. Everyone frowned. The pillar of light that enveloped Feng Yunsheng, when dim, was only at the level of infinite boundless mountains Linghui. When it was bright and dazzling, it chased after Meng Wan and Fan Xiao, one bright and one dark, alternating like a candle flame in the night wind. This kind of performance made everyone somewhat unable to guess. Saying that Feng Yunsheng was weak didn't seem right either. Let alone the other maidens of Extreme Yin, even the spectators would have a rather deep understanding of the Extreme Yin bout. They could tell that this woman who had once fallen from the clouds to the bottom of the valley had truly recovered her Extreme Yin physique. However, saying that she had the strength, Broad Creed Mountain's Elder Meng's heart was also a little drumming. It feels too unstable. Is it because the recovery of her Extreme Yin physique is still not complete? Elder Meng swiveled his head to glance at Yin Zhaoge. If she has not completely recovered, without a certain degree of confidence, Fu Inshu and Zhaoge should not be at ease letting her participate in the Extreme Yin bout. Perhaps Zhaoge and the others have also made an error in judgment, and this girl's Extreme Yin physique still has some hidden problems, not being able to be detected by others, yet having nowhere to hide before the Extreme Yin crown. Her flaws being exposed? The Sacred Sun Clan's Sunset Lord knit his brows slightly. While he very much hoped that something would happen to Broad Creed Mountain's Maiden of Extreme Yin, the current situation seemed a little strange. The other Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners also focused their attention on Feng Yunsheng. Yin Zhaoge looked calmly at Feng Yunsheng. Feeling Elder Meng's gaze, he swiveled his head to look at him, smiling. "Relax, Elder Meng. It's fine." Elder Meng swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunsheng. "Logically speaking, it is you all who are in charge of this girl's education and grooming, and this old man should not be speaking out of turn. However, the current situation really makes one feel a little uncertain. The Sacred Sun Clan's Meng Wan's superiority is clear. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Xiao follows closely behind, similarly outstanding. Jade Sea City's Chun Sutting similarly possesses competitiveness. The key is that this new girl of the Sacred Sun Clan is actually also rather outstanding. Only the top 4 will be chosen in total. While from the looks of it, we won't be at the bottom. At the end of the day, we still have greater hopes." Elder Meng pondered as he said, "This old man is not dreaming that she will be able to obtain first place in her first Extreme Yin bout. However, with the current situation, could it be that her Extreme Yin physique has still not completely recovered?" Yin Zhaoge said leisurely, "Rest easy, Elder Meng. Junior apprentice sister Feng's Extreme Yin physique has long since successfully recovered. Her current state is just her adjusting herself." "Oh." Elder Meng looked towards Yin Zhaoge once more. Looking at Feng Yunsheng, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Under the combined effects of many methods, Junior apprentice sister Feng's cultivation base has improved rapidly, already successfully stepping into the late outer aura martial scholar realm. Compared to Meng Wan, Fan Xiao, Chen Sutting, and the others who had previously received the help of the Extreme Yin crown, in terms of pure speed of improvement, not only is it not slow, it is instead even faster. In terms of individual cultivation bases, she is not at a disadvantage at all. Not only has her Extreme Yin power been restored, it has similarly been strengthened through many methods. The only problem is in the area of Supreme Extreme Yin arts. The Supreme Extreme Yin arts that she originally comprehended in the Sacred Sun Clan now seem a little outdated, falling behind greatly when compared to Meng Wan and the others. The extreme Een scripture has the supreme extreme Een arts, possessing immense power, but conversely, the difficulty in cultivating in them is also very high. Time is still too tight at the end of the day, junior apprentice Sister Feng, lacking sufficient time to train in them. Also, these supreme extreme Een arts are best used as reference. Only supreme arts that are comprehended by oneself are most suitable for oneself. Yin Zhaoge said, "In my report to the clan earlier, I mentioned that in the fifth extreme Een bout, unless a pie falls from the heavens and one's luck is heaven-defying, it would be very hard for one to obtain first place. This is the reason why it is more used to accumulate experience as well as to fill in the gaps. However, even so, I was only joking with junior apprentice Sister Feng when I said that it was fine as long as she wasn't at the bottom," Yin Zhaoge said mildly. Junior apprentice Sister Feng is very outstanding, enveloped by the pillar of light that was bright at times whilst dim at others. Feng Yunxing's expression was calm, her gaze resolute. She abruptly let out a clear roar, resembling the roar of a dragon, piercing through the clouds and splitting rocks, her voice shaking the 9 heavens. The silhouette above her head gradually stabilized, becoming brighter and brighter. As everyone looked over, they saw that it was clearly a dragon of light that was half black, half white. The roar of the dragon grew louder and louder, causing the winds and clouds to change color. A saber in hand, a dragon of light coiled above Feng Yunxing's head, its majestic roar drawing everyone's attention. As compared to Meng Wan's graceful bearing of a phoenix, Feng Yunxing's roar of a dragon of the 9 heavens was vigorous and domineering. The mountain-splitting chisel above infinite boundless mountains Ling Hui's head shook, the heavenly thunder drum above Nian Lei's head rumbling even more urgently. The massive vessel above Jade Sea City's Chun Sudding's head shook slightly, the small umbrella above Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Shio's head spinning. As a maiden of extreme, Een also participating in the bout for the first time, the snowy peak volcano above Yin Xiuqing's head directly erupted. "We can't enter the second round?" Yin Zhaoge laughed. Chapter 330. The pillar of light that enveloped Feng Yunsheng had been fluctuating between brightness and darkness, appearing very unstable. But now, as the draconic cries rang out incessantly, the pillar of light also became brighter and brighter, becoming more and more stable, no longer flickering. Not as reserved as Meng Wan, Feng Yunsheng exerted force at this moment, domineering and sharp, causing the other participants of the extreme Een bout to feel an oppressive aura. Infinite boundless mountains Ling Hui was the first to feel this, followed closely by the heavenly thunder halls Nian Lei. Very quickly, the Sacred Sun clans Yun Xiuqing and Jade Sea Cities Qin Sudding also felt the surging pressure brought about by Feng Yunxing. The pillar of light that enveloped Feng Yunsheng became brighter and brighter, and its thickness also rapidly expanded in all directions. Yun Xiuqing aside, even Qin Sudding was overtaken by Feng Yunsheng. As the heavenly dragon roared, it soared into the sky, crushing one opponent after another and leaving them behind. Very quickly, even Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Shio's expression became more serious as she looked seriously at Feng Yunxing. Meng Wan's gaze was fixed on Feng Yunsheng. A flash of light flashed in the depths of her eyes. There was joy and disappointment. The light pillar that enveloped Feng Yunsheng gradually stabilized, slightly inferior to chasing Wave Pavilion's Fan Shio, yet having stably surpassed the Sacred Sun clans Yun Xiuqing and Jade Sea City's Qin Sudding. She was ranked 3rd amongst everyone. When the onlookers saw this, they were shocked. Others aside, to the martial practitioners of the Sacred Sun clan, they all found it somewhat hard to believe. Similarly participating in the extreme Een bout for the first time, if Yun Xiuqing could be considered a secret weapon prepared by the Sacred Sun clan, being able to shock the world with a single brilliant feat, it would not be completely unacceptable to others. However, it was different for Feng Yunxing. Feng Yunsheng, who had been sentenced to death by everyone in the Sacred Sun clan that year, her extreme Een physique having been deemed useless, had actually really recovered her extreme Een power, at the same time advancing a step further. After wasting so many years and starting over, he was actually able to reach such a level. It really shocked those who knew about it. The Sunset Lord stared fixedly at Feng Yunsheng, as if he wanted to see through her. His gaze was condensed to the point of seeming tangible, even somewhat touching the extreme Yin crown. A chill suddenly arose within the Sunset Lord's heart, knowing that it was he who had incurred the backlash of the extreme Yin crown. He hurriedly retracted his gaze, his face momentarily rather gloomy. Feng Yunxing's outstanding performance was like a slap to the face of the Sacred Sun clan. If it was only the advancement of his martial arts cultivation and outstanding strength, although it would be embarrassing, it was still barely acceptable. However, previously, when they judged that Feng Yunxing's extreme Yin physique was completely crippled, the group of people checked her body one after another. In the end, they all swore solemnly. Looking at it now, it seemed like a joke. All the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners who were in the know felt a fiery pain on their faces at this moment. Elder Meng had a gratified smile on his face as he nodded repeatedly. It's not in vain. It's really not in vain. We didn't waste our efforts. He swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoge, saying approvingly, Zhaoge, it's all thanks to you, ah. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Elder Meng overpraises me. It was all thanks to junior apprentice Sister Feng's own hard work, as well as senior apprentice Aunt Fu's guidance. These words were not entirely out of courtesy. Looking at Feng Yunsheng, Yin Zhaoge also felt emotional. Now, she had finally stood once more on this stage that she had always yearned for, making her own people happy and her enemies vexed. However, how many people knew how much effort Feng Yunsheng had put in for this? How much suffering she had suffered. Other things aside, the cold marrow needles was one of the 7 great punishments alongside the soul lighting lamp. It was a cruel torture that left one unable to live or die, a vicious method that could melt even a tough man who had been tempered 100 times in a molten iron. And this punishment had not just been carried out once. Ever since a year ago, it had been carried out every once in a while. Just before setting off to participate in the 5th extreme Yin bout this time, Feng Yunsheng had just suffered it once more. Looking at Feng Yunsheng, who was slightly inferior to Fan Xiao, Yin Zhaoge said softly to himself, the first round could be considered a literary competition. She still has some advantages that she has yet to display. In the second round of the martial competition, it will be even more shocking at this moment, seeing Meng Wan, Fan Xiao, and Feng Yunsheng respectively ranked in the top 3, already occupying the 3 spots for advancement. Yin Xiuqing and Chen Suding could not help but feel rather anxious. While no anxiousness could be seen on Yin Xiuqing's usually cold and expressionless face, her expression was clearly even colder, a cold light shining within her eyes. Jade Sea City's Chen Suding's expression was grave to the extreme. She was the victor of the 2nd extreme Yin bout, also having once become the owner of the extreme Yin crown. That feeling, after having tasted it once, she hoped that it would last forever. The two began circulating their strength with all their might, communicating with the extreme Yin crown, strengthening the resonance between them and the sacred artifact, seeking to obtain more of its acknowledgement. The 2 pillars of light that enveloped them shook slightly, also beginning to gradually grow thicker, brighter. Seeing this, Meng Wan frowned slightly. The Sunset Lord's expression also changed slightly as he said in a heavy tone, Xiuqing, don't be hasty. Before his words had landed, the tall mountain above Yin Xiuqing's head suddenly shook intensely. Yin Xiuqing's face turned slightly pale. Then she saw a crack appear at the bottom of that snowy peak that spurted flames and lava, the crack continuing upwards all the way to its peak. The next moment, the tall snowy peak began to mightily collapse and shatter. A hint of pain and unwillingness flashed through Yun Xiuqing's eyes. She knew her own matters best. She was the clearest about her own situation. Of the maidens of extreme Yin present, she was the youngest, her cultivation base the lowest. In other words, her foundation was the shallowest. While her extreme Yin power was dense and powerful, The supreme extreme een arts that she cultivated and also extraordinary, forcibly pushing it, squeezing out her potential, would result in her collapsing halfway through. It was not that Yin Xiuqing was unaware of the risks involved, but she still wanted to try her best. Sadly, her strides were too fast and too great, ultimately still not enough. Looking at the lowered Yin Xiuqing, Mengwan shook her head slightly, sighing. The Sunset Lord and the other sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners were all speechless as well. The pillar of light that enveloped Yin Xiuqing gradually dimmed, finally vanishing. The other 6 pillars of light also completely stabilized, and the first round of the extreme Yin bout thus came to an end. In the end, Feng Yunsheng, Meng Wan, Fan Xiu, and Qin Sutting passed. Next, they would compete against each other until the final winner was decided. The Sunset Lord sorted out his thoughts and restrained his emotions. He turned to look at Qinglin. In the past, the second round has always been a competition between 2 people. This time, it's 4 people, and there will be 3 matches. Will the first 2 matches be based on the performance of the first round, with the first against the fourth and second against the third, or will the opponents be decided by drawing lots? And Qin Lin said, first against fourth, second against third. Elder Meng, the Sunset Lord, and the others all nodded in agreement. Feng Yunsheng glanced at Meng Wan, and Meng Wan looked back at her at the same time. Then, Feng Yunsheng's gaze turned to the other side, looking at her next opponent, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Xiu. To be continued. Chapter 331. After the first round, based on the results, first versus fourth, second versus third, began the second round. Therefore, as the third-ranked Feng Yunsheng, her next opponent was the second-ranked Fan Xiu. Meanwhile, the other match was between Meng Wan and Jade Sea City's Qin Sutting. Feng Yunsheng and Fan Xiu first retreated from the radiance of the extreme Yin crown, leaving only Meng Wan and Qin Sutting within. Clear, silent moonlight enveloped the heavens and covered the earth, vast and boundless as it seemed to have transformed into a white sea of light at this moment. Within the faint moonlight, the figures of Meng Wan and Fan Xiu could vaguely be seen. Qin Sutting raised her right hand, forming a saber with her palm as she chopped out towards Meng Wan. Within the moonlight sea, a massive black vessel instantly appeared, riding the wind and breaking the waves, splitting apart the tides as it shot towards Meng Wan. As the massive vessel sailed, numerous waves were kicked up, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth. High up in the sky, the bright moon hung high. Within the moonlight, there seemed to be a pure white crown, emitting a faint radiance which bolstered that massive black vessel, causing its aura to grow increasingly extraordinary as it gradually filled the world before it, as though it was about to traverse the infinite sea of bitterness, arriving at the other shore. On the other side, Meng Wan's expression was tranquil, elegant, and noble. She opened her mouth, emitting a clear phoenix cry from low to high. While it was not all that majestic and domineering, it resounded throughout the entire world of moonlight at this moment. The next moment, Meng Wan's figure vanished. Then, a phoenix that was half black and half white shot into the skies from the moonlight sea, shaking the 9 heavens. The phoenix soared into the skies, coiling around the bright moon in the sky. What shocked everyone was that, surrounded by the phoenix, that bright moon actually gradually shrunk. Very quickly, the bright moon that hung high up in the sky became only the size of a pearl. Yet, amidst the clear cry of that phoenix, it suddenly opened its mouth, actually swallowing the bright moon whole. Seeing this, Jade Sea City's Qin Sutting's expression instantly changed. Immediately afterwards, the phoenix descended from the skies, shooting towards the massive black vessel. The cold, silent moonlight was not blazing, yet seemed to freeze time. Dense moonlight accompanied the descent of the phoenix, locking down the massive black vessel on the sea surface. Then, the phoenix's black and white wings flapped. The massive black vessel that had possessed a majestic, unstoppable momentum earlier instantly began tilting on the sea's surface, gradually flipping over as it finally sunk into the sea. Chun Sutting stood still, her face a little pale. The fire phoenix landed in front of her, and the black and white flames dissipated, revealing Meng Wan's figure. The bright moon that had disappeared after being swallowed by the fire phoenix had reappeared in the sky at some point in time. Meng Wan looked at Chun Sutting and said softly, "Senior Sister Chun, thank you for letting me win." Seeing Meng Wan and Chun Sutting emerge from the world of moonlight together, other than those of the Sacred Sun clan, everyone else fell silent. Everyone knew that Meng Wan was very strong and that she outshone others. But to be so strong to such an extent still made them speechless for a moment. In the first 2 or 3 extreme bouts, Chun Sutting had fought Meng Wan to a stalemate. Even if she was defeated, she would still be able to force Meng Wan to go all out. Yet now, facing Meng Wan, she had suffered a crushing defeat. The moment the fire phoenix swallowed the moon, the victor had already been decided. Meng Wan had completely left her formidable opponent in the past behind, and it was difficult for her to catch up. The face of the martial grandmaster expert leading Jade Sea City's team was sunken. To Jade Sea City, losing to others was fine, but losing to someone of the Sacred Sun clan really made them feel stifled. However, this long-time elder couldn't show it, only able to console her. The blow that Chun Sutting had suffered was even greater than his. Even Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion Lord and Qinglin appraised Meng Wan once more at this moment. She naturally had some understanding of Meng Wan, but having seen today's match, she couldn't help but value Meng Wan even more. The Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan, in the extreme bouts, was virtually like your father Yin Di and the current you amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Looking fixedly at Meng Wan, Broad Creed Mountain's Elder Meng sighed after a while. At the peak, overlooking all life forms, a virtually unshakable dominance and sense of oppression. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, not speaking. At this moment, within the world of moonlight, after Meng Wan and Chun Sutting had retreated, Feng Yunsheng and Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Xiu stepped within. After the two had exchanged greetings, Fan Xiu brought her palms together before pushing them forward together. A seemingly small paper umbrella appeared within the world of moonlight, opening, flying into the air. The next moment, the scenes within the world of moonlight abruptly changed. That paper umbrella that didn't seem very big, after opening, actually seemed to obscure the entire sky. Below the umbrella was a world, while above the umbrella was yet another world. Raising her head and gazing over, Feng Yunsheng suddenly saw a dense mass of darkness before her, bright and clear, as though the moonlight that had illuminated the heavens and the earth had actually completely vanished. Even the ocean of moonlight down below seemed to be gradually dissipating. Before her, there was only boundless darkness, the darkness wanting to devour her. Outside of the world of moonlight, the scene before everyone's eyes was that the world of moonlight had suddenly split into two, the upper half still bright. While the moonlight was not blazing and piercing, it was vast and boundless, causing one's mind to involuntarily be immersed within. That bright moon still hung high up in the sky, its moonlight illuminating the paper umbrella. However, the lower half of the world was completely pitch black, not the slightest bit of light visible. An umbrella opened, resembling a heavenly canopy that obscured the sky above, causing those beneath it to be unable to see any light at all. And even outside of the world of moonlight, everyone could still vaguely feel that within the world of darkness beneath that umbrella, an aura of extreme coldness and extermination was surging. It was as though everything would be eternally sealed in ice, without any light at all, also without any heat at all, soundlessly heading towards destruction. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Compared to the time of the fourth extreme bout, not only has her personal cultivation base improved, her supreme extreme arts have also been improved and improved a step further. If we just purely compare the power of supreme extreme arts, it is not inferior to that of Meng Wan and Yun Xiuqing of the Sacred Sun clan. Seeing this scene, The expressions of those of the Sacred Sun clan also turned somewhat more solemn. Mengwan's expression didn't change in the slightest as she only stared at that lower half of the world of moonlight, that deep darkness. Suddenly, a vigorous, tyrannical roar of a dragon resounded amidst the silent world. Within the darkness, a dragon of light that was half black, half white suddenly shot into the skies, colliding head-on with the paper umbrella from below. The paper umbrella swayed, nearly being knocked over by the light dragon. As the light dragon roared recklessly, it unceasingly collided with the paper umbrella, its momentum shocking. Above the umbrella, beneath the moonlight, Fan Xiao pursed her lips tightly, her expression solemn as never before as she also exerted her full power, locking the umbrella in place, as well as that world of darkness beneath it, entering a stalemate with the light dragon, not giving it a chance to turn the tables. The light dragon's tyrannical claw directly left a few cracks on the umbrella surface. Through the cracks, the moon descended, causing the world of darkness beneath the umbrella to instantly brighten somewhat. Bathed in the moonlight, the power of that black and white light dragon also grew stronger and stronger. Fan Xiao's extended hands pressed downwards forcefully together. The paper umbrella suddenly rotated, the force of its rotation instantly deflecting the impact of the light dragon to the side. As the moonlight descended, the cracks on the paper umbrella also began to heal. The two began an intense battle within this world of moonlight. To be continued. Chapter 332. Yin Zhaoge looked calmly at the world of moonlight. In his conversation with Elder Ming, just now, there was a situation that Yin Zhaoge had actually not told Elder Ming. As the current Feng Yinsheng still had to temper the supreme extreme Yin arts that she cultivated in, she actually had a shortcoming in actual combat against other maidens of extreme Yin through the extreme Yin crown. That was, he couldn't endure a protracted battle. Only a few people knew about this matter. Yin Zhaoge and the others all kept their mouths tightly shut. In the future, with the passage of time, when the supreme extreme Yin skill was gradually perfected and practiced, this problem would no longer be a problem. However, for the current Feng Yinsheng, it was best to end the battle as soon as possible. A prolonged battle would cause her to gradually run out of strength. It just so happened that her current opponent, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Xiao, no matter if it was the martial arts she cultivated in or her personal combat style, they were all the slowly grinding type. Fan Xiao did not know Feng Yinsheng's problem, but the way she fought unintentionally targeted Feng Yinsheng's shortcoming. And in terms of their current resonance with the extreme Yin crown, Fan Xiao was even somewhat superior. In this way, it would be even more difficult for Feng Yinsheng to win. Yin Zhaoge, on the other hand, was not in a rush. Having successfully entered the second round, Feng Yinsheng had already achieved her goal. He also very much wanted to see how Feng Yinsheng would act under such a disadvantageous situation. The battle was still in a stalemate. The light dragon under the umbrella was still as mighty and fierce as ever. It struck the umbrella, causing it to sway and crack after crack. However, as the paper umbrella spun, most of the light dragon's strength was dissipated. Moonlight shone down from above, and the cracks rapidly mended. The two sides fought fiercely for a long time, and the light dragon's power finally began to gradually weaken. The boundless darkness under the umbrella, the extreme cold and silence annihilated all living things. When the light dragon was at its peak, it was difficult to invade, but now it began to wear down the light dragon's power. The flashing black and white light dragon roused itself and roused its spirit. Once again, it stirred up waves and fiercely charged at the paper umbrella. The paper umbrella spun faster, trying its best to dissipate the power of the light dragon. After a few waves of attacks, Guanglong's aura dropped once more. However, Feng Yunxing's willpower was firm, and she was extremely resilient. Even so, she still forcefully circulated her strength and refused to admit defeat. Lo, rising uncontrollably, sliding down again, then trying to rise again. The light dragon rose and fell like a candle in the wind, refusing to be extinguished. But everyone could see that under Fan Xiu's stalling and grinding tactics, Feng Yunxing's strength was gradually being drained like warm water. He kept urging his power, but after a short burst, he fell into an even deeper trough. Although it kept rising and falling, the overall trend was that the black and white light dragon's power was slowly declining. Fan Xiu's situation was not good either. She had used up a lot of energy. Although the current battle style was her specialty, and also the specialty of her supreme extreme Yin skill, Feng Yunxing's explosive power was strong, and her tenacity was also extremely strong. As they continued to clash, Fan Xiu's strength fell rapidly, and she was no longer at her peak. In the end, the spinning speed of the paper umbrella had become very slow. The tears that had been torn open were no longer as fast as before. Both sides were gradually running out of energy in this protracted battle. Fan Xiu relied on her deeper foundation and her own expertise in this kind of fighting style to steadily gain the upper hand. But even if she won, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. Looking at the unyielding light dragon amidst the darkness, Elder Meng had a worried look on his face. Don't let her become like that little miss surnamed Yin of the Sacred Sun clan. Yin Zhaoge similarly looked at the light dragon. She won't. Rest easy, Elder Meng. Looking first at Feng Yinsheng, then at the similarly exhausted Fan Xiu, Elder Meng wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Elder is worried that, no matter who wins or loses, in a situation where they have expended a great deal of energy, they would be hard-pressed to deal with Meng, one who easily won the previous round. Yin Zhaoge seemed to know what Elder Meng was thinking. This way, it would be equivalent to both us and Turbid Wave Pavilion, who have no conflict with each other suffering heavy losses, finally benefiting the enemy, the Sacred Sun clan, right? Hearing his words, Elder Meng sighed. As a martial practitioner, striving hard for victory is inevitable. Whether it is for strategy or profit, giving way in a battle, life and death, victory or defeat, as long as this thought arises, it would more or less be detrimental to one's faith and will in the martial Tao. This old man naturally understands this principle and also has no intention of asking that child to give way. It's just that the current situation really makes one feel regretful. Yin Zhaoge said, I understand. Perhaps you still have some considerations in your heart. Since you can't win, why not just conserve your strength, not letting others see through your depth? This way, in the next competition, it might be a little more advantageous. Elder Meng sighed, not speaking. Yin Zhaoge said quietly, the previous question, right? To be honest, in this year's Extreme Yin bout, actually after seeing the battle between Meng Wan and Jade Sea City's Chun Sutting just now in my eyes, the ownership of the Extreme Yin crown has already been decided. Elder Meng swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoge, who nodded. Unless Meng Wan is like back then, with a major problem cropping up at her body, whether it is Junior Apprentice Sister Feng or Turbid Wave Pavilion's Junior Apprentice Sister Fan. Even at their peak condition, they would also not be able to defeat Meng Wan this year. Opponent of flowing water, Meng Wan forged of iron. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. As you said earlier, Elder Meng, in the Extreme Yin bout, Meng Wan really bore some resemblance to my father when he was young on the path of the martial Tao. If it is as you put it, Elder Meng knit his brows slightly. Gazing at the world of moonlight, Yin Zhaoge said softly, however, some paths must be walked, some things must be done. These are all paths that must be taken. Yin Zhaoge suddenly smiled slightly. In the actual process of a battle, one can be flexible and changeable, temporarily avoiding the enemy's sharpness before striking out with a surprise attack, subduing the enemy, and obtaining victory. However, in a battle, to fight or not to fight, sometimes there is no need to choose. Even knowing that you're not a match, you must still dare to fight. Hearing his words, Elder Meng's gaze flickered slightly as he swiveled his head to look at the world of moonlight. Then he saw that black and white light dragon, which had originally already been gradually weakening, seemingly at the end of its road, suddenly erupt with shocking power. It was even more powerful than when the battle had just begun, surpassing its previous peak state. Fan Xiao was momentarily stunned. Before this, she had also always been on guard against Feng Yunsheng holding back, preparing for a final counterattack. However, as time passed, while Feng Yunsheng had never been willing to give up, unceasingly launching counterattacks, not stopping for even a moment, the overall momentum of her continuing decline indicated that she was gradually running out of oil, imperceptibly lowering Fan Xiao's expectations of her final eruption of power. That paper umbrella, having experienced countless blows while it still stood tall, it was currently already extremely weak, no longer as powerful as it had been at the start. At this moment, Feng Yunsheng erupted with power that far surpassed the norm, the black and white light dragon roaring as it directly ripped the paper umbrella apart. Bathed under the moonlight, traversing the sky, the light dragon roared proudly to the 9 heavens as it arrived before Fan Xiao. Feng Yunxing's figure appeared, her face pale as paper, not a single drop of blood visible. However, her expression was calm, her gaze firm as ever, not fluctuating in the least. Junior apprentice Sister Fan, thanks for letting me win. Fan Xiao's face was similarly pale, but she still said sincerely, Senior apprentice Sister Feng, I admire you. If not for the extreme bout, I would already be dead. The sudden change in the battle situation caused everyone present to sigh in admiration. They all focused on Feng Yunsheng, unable to shift their gazes away for a long time. It was the same for Elder Meng, while Yin Zhaoge said, This is also Junior apprentice Sister Feng's final blow. If she doesn't succeed, she will perish. I'm afraid that she won't have any strength left to battle Mengwan. However, this final match still has to be fought. As Elder Meng gazed over, Yin Zhaoge said softly, Some things are very important. Junior apprentice Sister Feng wants to personally verify them. Chapter 333. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, Elder Meng's expression changed slightly. You mean, now, we are verifying some things in preparation for what comes next. Yin Zhaoge said, In my eyes, there actually isn't a 5th, 6th, or 7th extreme bout. What I see is a complete competition, the start, the first half, the second half, and even the final result. Hearing his words, Elder Meng nodded lightly, no longer saying anything. Currently, within the Moonlight world, Feng Yunsheng and Fan Xiao were in a great battle, both sides virtually suffering heavy losses. Having won a Pyrrhic victory, Feng Yunsheng had expended too much of her energy, unable to continue competing with Mengwan. However, Feng Yunsheng still forcibly held on, battling with Mengwan. Finally, the weakened heavenly dragon went dormant once more. In contrast, after having been defeated in the 4th extreme bout, Mengwan returned as a monarch once more, the phoenix dancing amongst the 9 heavens. After having been battered beneath Broad Creed Mountain, having suffered heavy losses, the Sacred Sun clan finally regained some ground on another battlefield. Having lost the Great Sun heaven-measuring ruler and regained the Extreme crown, because the east-coming Marshal Saint Huang Guanglia was unable to wield the Extreme crown, the Sacred Sun clan's overall strength was still somewhat inferior to when Huang Guanglia had left seclusion and stepped onto Broad Creed Mountain. However, with a sacred artifact in hand, the Sacred Sun clan's back could finally stand up a little straighter, stopping their earlier decline as they had the capital to reconsider how to reclaim their lost territory. Looking at that pure white crown that resembled a bright moon descending from the heavens, slowly descending onto Mengwan's head, Yin Zhaoge could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. Feng Yunsheng returned to Broad Creed Mountain's side, her face still very pale, but her expression calm. Just that flame seemed to be leaping within her gaze. Gazing back, the fiery light within Feng Yunsheng's pupils was not directed at Mengwan, instead being directed at that slowly descending white crown. As the others praised Mengwan's strength, their gazes towards Feng Yunsheng were also filled with emotion. Feng Yunsheng could also be considered to have shocked the world with a single feat in her first extreme bout. She had already surpassed all the other maidens of extreme aside from Mengwan. Whether it was the veteran expert Jade Sea City's Chun Sutting, who had once won the second extreme bout, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Xiao, who had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat last year, obtaining the final victory in her first competition, or the ambitious work of the Sacred Sun clan this time, the powerful newcomer Yin Xiuqing. Facing Feng Yinsheng, they were all submissive. This was especially so for Fan Xiao. In the past year, it had always been her who had been in charge of the Extreme Yin Crown. With its help, she had improved rapidly, being a strong contender for first place in this year's 5th Extreme Yin bout. Still, she had still been defeated by Feng Yinsheng in the end. From the first round of the competition and the second round of the competition, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that in terms of pure foundation, Fan Xiao was even slightly superior. However, in terms of actual combat, Feng Yinsheng was superior. While the exact enmity between Feng Yinsheng and the Sacred Sun clan was limited to others, thanks to Lin Zhou and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, a considerable portion of people knew about it. Feng Yinsheng's extreme Yin physique had once suffered a problem, only beginning to recover after the third extreme Yin bout with the help of the Yin-Yang Cloud Spring of the Mountain Domain's Cloud Portent Mountain. Starting afresh, having achieved such results in just 2 years at most, it was really shocking. Everyone could not help but think, if Feng Yinsheng was given a little more time, if she had started at the same starting line as Meng Wan, Chen Sutting, and the others, what heights would she have been able to reach? Could Meng Wan's near-invincible dominance in the extreme Yin bouts still be the same as it was now? At this moment, while Meng Wan had finally emerged victorious, even the expressions of those of the Sacred Sun clan were somewhat solemn. Feng Yinsheng returned to Yin Zhaoge's side, who asked how much. The question sounded a little out of the blue, but Feng Yinsheng clearly knew what Yin Zhaoge meant as she answered softly, "My body is weak, and I was able to persevere for a shorter period of time. I can only give a rough estimate. Little Wan is currently around 77 to 82%. Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly, pondering, that can basically be counted as 80%, or for safety's sake, the lowest 77%. He lowered his head, looking at Feng Yinsheng. Just me watching from the side or you watching from the side won't be of any use. You have to personally clash with her. Now that you have already clashed with her, using the extreme Yin scripture to derive it, do you have confidence in breaking Meng Wan's supreme extreme Yin arts? Feng Yinsheng pondered seriously for a moment before saying, under the current situation, I am less than 50% confident. A year later, after my strength has increased again, and I have also perfected my supreme extreme Yin arts, I will have confidence. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. A year later, Meng Wan will also have improved, and, at the same time, she may also have comprehended an even more powerful supreme extreme Yin arts. However, even if she has a new move, it will also be of the same lineage as her previous moves, with traces to be found. Your chances will still be very high. Do you still remember what I said to you earlier? Right now, it is only the first half, and can even only be counted as the preparatory phase before the official start. Feng Yinsheng nodded. Rest easy, I understand. Glancing back at the extreme Yin crown on Meng Wan's head again, she sighed softly. Yin Zhaoge similarly stared at the extreme Yin crown on Meng Wan's head, his gaze sweeping across the people of the Sacred Sun clan as he thought. After all the preparations have been completed, it should be time to make a trip to the extreme northern lands. I hope that the actual situation is the same as my predictions. That way, I can first send you a gift, taking it as a return gift for attacking my Broadcreed Mountain, as well as a congratulatory gift for today. The curtains fell on the 6th extreme Yin bout. On this day, every year, it was destined that some would be happy while others would be sad. This year was naturally no exception. Amidst joy, the Sacred Sun clan could also heave a sigh of relief. Their sharpness that had been thwarted by Broadcreed Mountain earlier, flourishing once more. Broadcreed Mountain, Jade Sea City, and Infinite Boundless Mountain would inevitably have to sort out their own strategies in response to the rise in strength of the Sacred Sun clan. Turbid Wave Pavilion was comparatively calm, but more or less also felt a little down. The one with the most complicated feelings would probably be the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Facing the pressure of Broadcreed Mountain's 3 clans, The increase in strength of their allies meant that the strength of their own clan had also increased. The Heavenly Thunder Hall also had some breathing room. However, while their originally already powerful allies had become even more powerful, the strength of the Heavenly Thunder Hall itself had not increased. This inevitably caused the entire Heavenly Thunder Hall to feel worried. What was even more worrying was that while their Maiden of Extreme, Een, had grown in strength, her opponents were even fiercer. Those who had been powerful in the past were still powerful this year, even becoming even more powerful. And the newcomers who had appeared this year were even more dazzling. While they were improving, so were their opponents. However, the speed of their improvement was even faster than their own. From another perspective, that was equivalent to them having regressed. The hope before them thus grew more and more remote, to the point that all of the Heavenly Thunder Hall vaguely felt that there was no hope for the extreme Een bout. How the Heavenly Thunder Hall felt frustrated and defeated was not within the scope of Yin Zhaoge's concern. What he was concerned about was whether the local snake that was the Heavenly Thunder Hall would interfere with his journey north. With this year's extreme Een bout having ended, he had already done all that he had to do. Now, it was time for him to hurry over to the East Sea. Some of the things that he needed had gradually been gathered and prepared. Now, it was time for him to head north. The method to revive Shi Jun and his mother, the legacy of the glacial dragon martial saint, as well as the gift he had prepared for the Sacred Sun clan were all there. To be continued. Chapter 334. After the extreme Een bout, Elder Meng brought Feng Yunsheng back to the Heaven Domain's broad Creed Mountain, while Yin Zhaoge traveled alongside the martial practitioners of Jade Sea City, heading to the Water Domain together. Some of the things that had been arranged and prepared before were gradually completed. Only 2 or 3 things were still being prepared. Yin Zhaoge first headed to the Water Domain. After making all the necessary preparations there, he traversed the East Sea and the North Sea by sea, heading to the extreme northern lands. There were still people waiting for him in the East Sea. A newly entered Maiden of Extreme, Een had already been kept by Fu Inshu's side, at the same time awaiting Yin Zhaoge's evaluation, as well as a tailor-made grooming plan for her. When Yin Zhaoge arrived at the Water Domain, the one who received him became the Seven Seas young master Song Chao. Now that the two could be considered to be extremely familiar with each other, seeing him, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Senior apprentice brother Song, I have disturbed you." Song Chao also smiled. "No need to stand on ceremony, junior apprentice brother Yin." After bidding farewell to Chun Sutting and the others, the two headed for the outer East Sea. Along the way, they passed by the scenery of the Sea Kingdom, causing Yin Zhaoge to click his tongue in admiration. In terms of pure domain area, of the 8 extremities world sky, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, and lake, the Water Domain was the largest. However, more than half of the water area was the sea. According to custom, the Heaven Territory was divided into 5 continents. The Fire Territory was also divided into 5 continents. The Wind Territory was divided into 4 continents, and the Thunder Territory was divided into 6 continents. The mountain region was divided into 4 large mountain ranges within its borders. Each large region was called a territory, so there were 4 territories. The divisions of the lake region were called Daos. The 6 Daos of the lake region were also known as the 6 Daos of the north and south. The Water Domain was the most special because most cities were built on islands. The ruler of the sacred ground, Jade Sea City, was also named after the city. Therefore, the city was used as the division of regions. It was a region that revolved around a city on land or a city on a huge island in the sea. Its influence and control radiated to the surrounding area. There are 9 such cities in the Water Domain, collectively known as the 9 cities of the Water Domain. Of these, there were 3 on land and 6 on the sea, 1 each in the inner North Sea and the inner South Sea, and 4 including Jade Sea City in the inner East Sea. There was an island where one of the 9 cities of the Water Domain was located. Although it was called an island, it was actually very large, like a small continent. "Junior apprentice brother Yin, you're going to the East Sea to meet the Flame Devils," Song Chao said as he walked, While the 6 great sacred grounds have each sent their experts to guard the outer EC and slay the flame devils together, there would still occasionally be fish that slipped through the net. While they would all be killed afterwards, they would still cause great damage within a short period of time. In coming to the EC this time, Yin Zhaoge had nominally been to meet the flame devils. Hearing his words now, he nodded. Many thanks for Senior Apprentice Brother Song's reminder. Before coming, I already had some understanding of this situation, and will be careful. Song Chao said, It's good that you are aware of this. Speaking of this, it was fortunate that the descent of the 9 underworlds was stopped and the decimating abyss was purged as well. Otherwise, our 8 extremities world would inevitably be attacked from both sides. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look in the direction of the inland to the west. While the decimating abyss has been exterminated, the 9 underworlds still have to be guarded against. While the first hand that extended and has been severed, the 9 underworld's evil devils are accustomed to bewitching people's hearts, finding the weak points and loopholes in people's hearts. Their ability to infiltrate and corrode is too great, making it hard to guard against. Song Chao sighed. That's right. He escorted Yin Zhaoge all the way, even staying within the boundaries of the water domain of the inner EC, all the way to the outer EC where he met up with Fu Inshu, only taking his leave after exchanging greetings with her. After Song Chao had left, Fu Inshu swiveled her head to look at Yin Zhaoge. I've already heard of the results of the extreme bout. How was the process? Did we achieve our target? Yin Zhaoge nodded. We basically achieved our target. Fu Inshu said, That's good then. Since you have arrived, wait here for a moment. I will call Lu Hua over for you to check. Yin Lu Hua was that maiden of extreme Yin that the previous first seed elder of the East Sichangzheng had discovered. Very quickly, she appeared before Yin Zhaoge and Fu Inshu. She looked to be around 17 or 18 years of age and was still in the body refinement realm. She had previously been a solitary practitioner, learning from her master. Her master had some level of attainment, but had perished at the hands of the flame devils a few days ago. Yin Lu Hua was rather tall amongst women. Her looks also rather decent. Looking at Yin Zhaoge now, she bowed respectfully. Yin Zhaoge's fame had spread far and wide in recent years, with rumors spreading even far away on the EC. While she did not understand specifics, before entering Broadcreed Mountain, she had already heard of this senior apprentice brother's great name. After she had entered the clan, while Fu Inshu had not mentioned it, there had been other Broadcreed Mountain martial practitioners stationed at the EC who had reminded her that while the Yin Zhaoge before her was young, his authority in the clan was on the same level as Fu Inshu's. It was even to the extent that in some areas, Yin Zhaoge's authority was even greater than Fu Inshu's. Yin Zhaoge, who had rendered great merit time and time again, with his current age and cultivation base, had already reached the point where he could no longer be rewarded in the clan. After the great tribulation of Broadcreed Mountain, Yin Zhaoge, who had rendered great merit, once more set a precedent for Broadcreed Mountain's lineage, being allowed to freely enter and exit the 4th level of the martial repository. This was something that had never happened before in the history of Broadcreed Mountain's lineage. Before Yin Zhaoge, only the chief and the first seed elder of the martial repository could freely enter and exit the 4th level of the martial repository. Other than former chief like Yuan Zhengfeng, who had stepped down from the position of chief, even the grand elders who wanted to enter the 4th level of the martial repository were not able to do so just because they wanted to. There were some details that Yin Lu Hua was still unable to come into contact with now. Even if she knew about it, without having personally witnessed it, without having personally experienced it, it would be very hard for her to understand how Yin Zhaoge had been able to ascend to such a high position at such a young age as a martial grandmaster. However, this did not prevent her from realizing Yin Zhaoge's weight. Moreover, even if she could not realize how extraordinary Yin Zhaoge was, she also knew that his father, Yin Di, had already officially taken over the position of chief of Broadcreed Mountain. Yin Zhaoge appraised Yin Lu Hua for a moment, his gaze finally falling on her wrist. Yin Lu Hua instantly felt as though Yin Zhaoge's gaze was tangible as it rested on her wrist, diagnosing her pulse and probing the condition of her body. After a while, Yin Zhaoge retracted his gaze, saying to Fu Inshu, "Your foundation in extreme yin power is not bad and can be nurtured. However, your current cultivation base is a little on the low side. Having started too late, it would be very hard for you to catch up to the others." While last year's Fan Xiao of Turbid Wave Pavilion and this year's Yun Xiuqing of the Sacred Sun clan only participated in the 4th and 5th extreme yin bouts respectively, Turbid Wave Pavilion and the Sacred Sun clan have actually already been grooming them for a very long time, definitely not just a short 1 or 2 years. Fan Xiao aside, the Sacred Sun clan's Yun Xiuqing, who just popped up this year, was probably discovered by the Sacred Sun clan not long after junior apprentice Sister Feng left the world illuminating peak. Afterwards, they began grooming her, with Meng Wan replacing junior apprentice Sister Feng and her filling in for Meng Wan. Chapter 335. Yin Zhaoge wasn't very clear on Yin Liuhua's talent in the martial Dao. It was just that according to the words of Broad Creed Mountain's elder Changzheng, who had discovered her, Yin Liuhua's talent in the martial Dao was also very outstanding. Yin Zhaoge had also acknowledged that she possessed the power of extreme Yin after inspecting her. While there was still a gap between her and Fan Xiao and Meng Wan, it was still not bad, being on the same level as Chun Sutting, Nian Lei, and Ling Hui. This way, with Yin Zhaoge's various grooming methods, her innate deficiencies could be made up for later, and her final accomplishments would also not be low. However, the problem was that Yin Liuhua's current cultivation base was too low. While cultivation base was not the only deciding factor, it was also one of the most important factors affecting a maiden of extreme Yin's ability to communicate with the extreme Yin crown. Not speaking of anything else, even a maiden of extreme Yin would need to be at least a martial scholar before being able to communicate with the extreme Yin crown. While the power of extreme Yin was strong and the arts of extreme Yin were powerful, if one's cultivation base was too low, it would be very hard for them to compete with other maidens of extreme Yin. This was the case for the Sacred Sun clan's Yun Xiuqing. However, even Yun Xiuqing was already an outer aura martial scholar. Not to mention stepping into the Xiantian stage like Meng Wan and Chun Sutting. If Yun Xiuqing was a late outer aura martial scholar like Feng Yinsheng, Fan Xiao, and the others, victory or defeat aside, she would at least not have been beaten up by Feng Yinsheng and the others in the process. Meanwhile, Yin Luhua before them was really a little too late to start now. It was impossible for the frontrunners to just stand where they were and wait for her to catch up as they all shot forward together. If time dragged on a little longer, with Yin Luhua working hard, with the various methods and resources of Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain constantly supporting her, whether or not she could defeat Meng Wan and Feng Yinsheng, there would still be hope for her to catch up to the others. However, that would require a rather long period of time. Currently, the situation in the Eight Extremities world was ever-changing. Even Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng often had the feeling that their plans would not be able to keep up with the changes, let alone Yin Liuhua's current situation. Fu Inshu said, "While it will be difficult to catch up to Meng Wan and the others, it is not impossible. Didn't Yinsheng charge all the way to her current level in less than 3 years?" Yin Zhaoge glanced at Yin Luhua, saying, "That being said, it is not easy. It will still have to depend on her." Fu Inshu said, "Liuhua's talent in the martial Dao is still not bad. While her previous master also had some skill, he still held her back somewhat. Now that she has entered my Broad Creed Mountain, as long as she is willing to work hard, it is not impossible for her to advance by leaps and bounds, catching up to others. Moreover, Yunqing's current condition is very good. Our clan can already see the dawn of hope in seizing the extreme Yin crown. If it's Luhua, being able to act as Yunqing's assistant like that little girl, surnamed Yun of the Sacred Sun clan this year, and raise their chances of victory, that would already be sufficient." Fu Inshu's words were said right in front of Yin Luhua. She swiveled her head to look at her. "If you can defeat Yinsheng Luhua, the heavy burden of our clan obtaining the extreme Yin crown will naturally fall on your shoulders. You started off late. If you have great ambitions, you will have to work harder, advancing bravely and resolutely." Looking first at Fu Inshu, Then at Yin Zhaoga, Yin Luhua hurriedly said, "Please give me some pointers, senior apprentice brother Yin." Yin Zhaoga said calmly, "Our grooming plan for you will be completely the same as junior apprentice sister Feng's. Logically speaking, having started off late, the intensity of your cultivation should be greater, only then being able to catch up to junior apprentice sister Feng and the others. However, junior apprentice sister Feng's cultivation intensity is already extremely high, often even surpassing the limits of what a human can bear. If we continue to raise it for you, you might not be able to bear it." Yin Zhaoga said, "Therefore, we will temporarily do the same as junior apprentice sister Feng did back then. After you have experienced it for yourself, if you feel that you can bear even more, we will then increase the amount at our discretion." Yin Luhua pursed her lips, suddenly feeling that entering Broad Creed Mountain might not be as blissful as she had originally thought. However, she also had some of the pride of the youth, as she immediately said, "Rest easy, senior apprentice brother Yin. I will definitely cultivate diligently." Yin Zhaoga nodded. "Other than that, as a maiden of extreme Yin, you must pay attention to protecting yourself. It is fine within the clan, but when outside, you must be wary of others plotting against you. I believe that senior apprentice Aunt Fu should have already warned you about this." Fu Inshu said, "This is only natural." Yin Luhua hurriedly said, "Yes, Master has already warned me about this many times." The way she addressed Fu Inshu and how she was currently dressed in the white clothes of an ordinary disciple, when the longtime elders of the disciplinary hall heard of it, they would inevitably frown. Yin Zhaoga, however, didn't mind this too much. Having accepted Yin Luhua as a disciple, the clan had never treated her as an ordinary disciple from start. Her joining Fu Inshu's lineage along with Feng Yunsheng was also something that could be foreseen. While she was currently dressed in white, following by Fu Inshu's side, enjoying the various resources of the clan, as well as Fu Inshu's personal treasures, she was definitely not someone that ordinary disciples could compare to. This had nothing to do with fairness. Fairness lay in equal opportunities. However, with differences in conditions between people, if the clan wanted to produce peak talents, it would definitely work hard to make its experts stronger, rather than forcing them to be equal. Of course, enjoying more authority and gains would come with corresponding responsibilities. It was just that Yin Luhua herself shouldn't have the guts to address Fu Inshu like this now. It was most likely due to Fu Inshu's influence. Yin Zhaoga scratched his head a little at this rather unscrupulous senior apprentice aunt of his. Fu Inshu acted nonchalantly as she looked at Yin Zhaoga, asking, "Have you made any progress regarding the matter of little Jun and his mother?" Yin Zhaoga answered, "In these next few days, the final things that I need should be in my hands. At that time, I will set off. However, as for how confident I am, I will still have to investigate the area before I can know." Fu Inshu sighed lightly. "You should keep this matter in mind. If there's anything you need, just tell me directly." At this moment, Fu Inshu's expression grew much more solemn. Yin Zhaoga nodded. "Rest easy, senior apprentice aunt. I will do my best." In the following days, Yin Zhaoga temporarily stayed by Fu Inshu's side, assigning her homework according to her physical condition. Other than that, Yin Zhaoga also truly clashed with the flame devils that had infiltrated the Outer East Sea. The source indeed lies with the flame devil emperor in pre-Great Calamity times. Yin Zhaoga gradually came to a realization, countless thoughts flashing through his mind as many thoughts surfaced. After a few days, all the things that Yin Zhaoga needed had been prepared. He then took his leave of Fu Inshu, setting off once more. Broad Creed Mountain had the East Sea's first seat Elder Zhang sitting over here. While they definitely couldn't compare to the local Snake Jade Sea City, they still had some understanding of the situation of the sea. Combining this information, Yin Zhaoga could easily determine the route to the north by sea. While the Great Sea was bumpy, Yin Zhaoga's route was rather special. Not only could the underground splitting shuttle traverse the earth, it could similarly traverse the deep sea like a fish. Yin Zhaoga rode the wind and broke the waves just like that, passing through the East Sea and heading towards the North Sea. To be continued. Chapter 336. Within the underground splitting shuttle, traversing the deep sea, Yin Zhaoge sat within, forming a hand seal with each hand, congregating them within his dantian. His entire body's aura qi circulated, becoming more and more vigorous and heavy as it unceasingly circulated within his body. The flow of qi that resembled chaos gradually became more and more turbid, heavier and heavier. Heavy like the great earth, able to bear all things, nurture all things. The first level of the martial Grandmaster realm, the early spirit vessel stage, was unique in transforming one's body's abundant spiritual qi, aura qi that had returned to simplicity, into a soil-like existence. The soil that nurtured a true martial spirit was also known as spirit soil. Yin Zhaoge was currently activating all that he had learnt, his aura qi condensing and manifesting, resembling 1,000 li of fertile soil, only waiting to be sown. If it was Broad Creed Mountain's clear qi profound art, Yin Zhaoge would actually already be able to condense a spirit seed, stepping into the mid-spirit vessel martial Grandmaster realm. However, the spirit seed that Yin Zhaoge wanted to form was not with the clear qi profound art as its foundation, but with the peerless heavenly scripture as its foundation. This way, the difficulty would inevitably be much greater. Yin Zhaoge would have to carefully analyze it, seeking to perfect it. On the way to the North Sea, other than controlling the underground splitting shuttle, Yin Zhaoge had always been making good use of his time, focusing on his own cultivation. Having been taught by Yin Zhaoge, the accompanying Ahu was already able to generally control the underground splitting shuttle. When Ahu manned the helm, Yin Zhaoge sat in meditation and cultivated. After Yin Zhaoge's cultivation had temporarily come to a halt, he took over, while Ahu temporarily rested. While he was resting, Ahu was like Yin Zhaoge, sitting in the meditative position, his eyes closed as he cultivated earnestly. As he inhaled and exhaled, streams of black qi were emitted from his nose and mouth. They were not smoke, instead resembling flowing winds. Accompanied by Ahu's unceasing inhalation and exhalation, a small black storm seemed to arise around his body, gradually surrounding him. Just like this, the two alternated shifts, cultivating as they traversed the East Sea and the North Sea, heading towards the extreme northern lands. One day, Yin Zhaoge manned the helm, controlling the underground splitting shuttle to rise to the surface of the sea. Currently, they were in the North Sea. The surface of the sea was filled with floating ice, with numerous icy winds blowing between the heavens and the earth. Even a martial grandmaster like Yin Zhaoge felt a bone-piercing coldness, let alone ordinary people or body refinement martial practitioners. Even martial scholars with lower cultivation bases might be frozen to death in such an environment. This place was only at the edge of the extreme north. The extreme north, together with the great western desert and the southern wasteland's inferno palace, was known as a place of great danger. Swiveling his head to look at Ahu, Yin Zhaoge saw that as the aura qi of Ahu's entire body pulsed, numerous black gales surged from his body. The acupoints all over Ahu's body opened and closed at the same time. Each acupoint was like a door. When the door closed, the phoenix calmed the waves. When the door opened, a terrifying black astral wind blew out. Like Yin Zhaoge, Ahu had already reached the final bottleneck. The spirit soil was already incomparably complete. Once it grew its own spirit seed, it would be able to successfully step into the second layer of martial grandmaster, the spirit-nurturing middle stage. However, Ahu was not in a hurry to take this step. Instead, he was still carefully polishing himself. Glancing at him, Yin Zhaoge said, "Calm your mind down a little. The extreme west purple qi requires a tranquil heart to control the restless winds, transforming the qi of the heavens and the earth into something still. Finally, it can erupt with a violent and shocking power that resembles a violent tsunami. Movement and stillness are its essence." Sitting in the meditative position within the underground splitting shuttle, Ahu's eyes were still tightly shut, but he nodded slightly. In the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain earlier, most of the survivors of Black Nightmare Mountain, whether they had joined the decimating abyss or not, had all participated in attacking Broad Creed Mountain. The final result had naturally been that they had been completely wiped out. The two martial grandmasters with the highest cultivation bases, late Essence Talisman martial grandmasters, had both perished at Broad Creed Mountain. After this battle, while the former sacred ground, Black Nightmare Mountain's lineage, which had been struggling at death's door to this day, could not be said to have been completely destroyed, it was not far from it. And in this battle, as the victor, Broad Creed Mountain had killed and captured some of the survivors of Black Nightmare Mountain who had attacked Broad Creed Mountain, and had also gained some benefits. Comparatively speaking, the greater benefit was that they had successfully obtained the peak martial legacy of Black Nightmare Mountain. The position of the extreme west purple chi in Black Nightmare Mountain was like the lower half of the clear chi profound art in Broad Creed Mountain and the great sun true chi in the Sacred Sun clan. The technique that Ahu had previously cultivated in the Black Nightmare Godly Wind had advanced towards the extreme west purple chi. Yin Zhaoga had imparted the extreme west purple chi to Ahu, hoping that Ahu would be able to use the extreme west purple chi, which was superior to the Black Nightmare Godly Wind, as his foundation in the step of forming a spirit seed. After the great battle of Broad Creed Mountain, Ahu had been unceasingly cultivating now, had already gradually matured with the extreme west purple chi, just that it still needed to be tempered. Observing carefully, Yin Zhaoga saw that as Ahu cultivated, within the black storm that his entire body was swallowing and emanating, there were already numerous faint purple streams of chi circulating alongside the black wind. From the looks of it, they resembled numerous streaks of purple light mixed within the black storm, traversing unceasingly. When Yin Zhaoga himself cultivated, his aura chi that resembled chaos gradually sank, seemingly transforming into numerous turbid chi that formed the great earth, resembling 1,000 li of fertile soil. However, after having sunk to the maximum, Yin Zhaoga's aura chi instantly became vast and ethereal, resembling numerous streams of clear chi that floated upwards to become the heavens. The transformation between the two seemed contradictory and abrupt. If someone else saw this, they would only find it hard to understand. However, at this moment, all of this was truly happening to Yin Zhaoga. The clear chi rising upwards to become the heavens, the turbid chi sinking downwards to become the earth. The two occurred simultaneously, merging as one, as though the entire heavens and earth had been formed from a single stream of Yin Zhaoga's aura chi. The clear chi within the sky agglomerated, gradually transforming into a that resembled a seed, while the spirit soil below was heavy and vast. The two were separate yet unified, finally combining together as one. Yin Zhaoga opened his eyes, abruptly inhaling. Controlling the underground splitting shuttle by the side, Ahu was stunned to feel that outside of the underground splitting shuttle, above the Arctic frozen sea, the spiritual chi of the surrounding vast heavens and earth instantly all rapidly converged towards Yin Zhaoga as their center. Young Master, you've stepped into the second level of the martial Grandmaster realm, the mid-spirit vessel stage. Ahu looked at Yin Zhaoga. While he had always thought of himself as Yin Zhaoga's #1 lackey, also making it one of his goals to flatter Yin Zhaoga to the point of comfort, now he was unable to say anything for a time. Once upon a time, due to age and the amount of time he had spent cultivating, the difference in cultivation bases between him and Yin Zhaoga had been very great. Now, however, Yin Zhaoga had actually already surpassed him. While there was a feeling of young master is indeed young master, Ahu could not help but be a little stunned, unable to regain his wits. Yin Zhaoga smiled. If I don't see wrongly, you will also be arriving soon. Ahu smacked his lips, clicking his tongue in praise. Advancing forward, traversing the icy sea, arriving on dry land once more. Yin Zhaoga and Ahu kept the underground splitting shuttle and went ashore. The extreme northern lands were rarely visited by humans. It should have been like this, However, Yin Zhaoge and Ahu discovered other people, and many of them, people of the heavenly Thunder Hall. To be continued. Chapter 337. In the extreme northern snowy plains, a massive lake of ice sat on the ground. The surface of the lake was completely frozen, but light could vaguely be seen flickering beneath the ice. Everything looked so peaceful, but in the center of the lake, there were currently quite a few people standing on the surface of the ice. One of them was a youth dressed in the garb of a direct disciple of the heavenly Thunder Hall. His expression was calm, yet vaguely gloomy. It was precisely the thunder-rumbling young master, Lin Zhou. While his father Lin Tianfeng had died, the potential and ability that Lin Zhou had displayed was already sufficient for the entire heavenly Thunder Hall to think highly of him. His position within the heavenly Thunder Hall was not affected at all. Lin Zhou looked before him. A round hole had already been opened on the surface of the ice, the cold lake water suffused with a green light. After a short while, a figure floated up from the water, jumping onto the layer of ice. This person's entire body was filled with warmth, driving away the bitter cold. This tall, middle-aged man swiveled his head to look at Lin Zhou. This place is indeed strange, but the legendary remains of the glacial dragon martial saint cannot be found. Wanting to open this place, some treasures or special techniques might be required. The middle-aged man asked in a heavy tone, Lin Zhou, since you have received the news, do you know what it is? Lin Zhou looked silently at the ice lake beneath his feet. In his memories, when the remains of the glacial dragon martial saint had appeared, it should originally have been that broad Creed Mountain disciple named Yi Jing who had unearthed it. But now, as far as he knew, that Yi Jing had long since died. As a heavenly Thunder Hall disciple, it was very hard for him to know the specifics. However, various signs indicated that it was most likely related to Yin Zhaoge. Thinking of this name, Lin Zhou's gaze flickered slightly, but he quickly regained his calm, just that his gaze was even colder. Different from Old Man Great Sorrow's tomb, Lin Zhou had later learned of the specifics and the mechanisms within. Lin Zhou had only heard of the news of the glacial dragon martial saint's remains, knowing its location. All that was left was to adapt to the situation after arriving there. His voice was slightly hoarse as he said, there are signs that Broad Creed Mountain's first seed elder, the now deceased Shirtai, once rushed to this extreme northern snowy plains and the North Sea region 2 years ago. Broad Creed Mountain is also keeping an eye on the remains of the glacial dragon martial saint. There might be some clues on their hands. Lin Zhou stepped on the ice. The environment of the northernmost snowy plains is special. The flow of the Earth's energy is strange, causing the relics left behind by the glacial dragon martial saint to be like fish swimming in an underground river, moving along with the spiritual energy. There are only a few times when it will be in a state of stillness so that it can be easily located. This time, the place where it stopped is right under our feet. Lin Zhou said, the people of Broad Creed Mountain have waited for close to 2 years, also waiting for this moment. They will definitely come looking for us. That middle-aged man frowned. Having obtained the extreme Een crown, the Sacred Sun clan has caught a breath of relief. Now, other than Turbid Wave Pavilion, the other 5 sacred grounds have fallen into a stalemate once more, with no one daring to relax lightly. Whether it is our clan or Broad Creed Mountain, only a few people are likely to come. Lin Zhou said softly, after all, our clan has dominated the northern lands for many years, and we still have some geographical advantages. It's a pity that the environment here is really not suitable for ambushing. Otherwise, we will be able to lie in wait for the people of Broad Creed Mountain to deliver themselves to our doorstep. After obtaining the things in their hands, we would be able to open this place. The middle-aged man said with a sullen face, they are already on alert and searching. I hope they really come as he said. Yin Zhaoge and Ahu stood on a low hill, gazing into the distance. This is as far as we can go. We can't get any closer. In this place, it is rather difficult to conceal one's tracks, unless one's cultivation base is much higher than the other parties. Yin Zhaoge shaded his eyes, muttering to himself as he gazed. From the looks of it, it seems like they are on alert. Ahu said with a troubled look on his face. Young master, the environment here is too bad. Wanting to sneak over and assassinate them would already be quite difficult. The key is that the other party has many people, also being rather far away from each other, yet being able to see each other, being able to take care of each other. If we can't get rid of them all at once, with the news spreading, who knows if the Heavenly Thunder Hall has any peak experts here? Yin Zhaoga said, there shouldn't be any Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters. Before we came over this time, the atmosphere between the sacred grounds was tense once more, with swords drawn and bows bent, with no one daring to be distracted. Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, there might be, but it's hard to say for the early, mid, and late stages. Yin Zhaoga stroked his lower chin. Our clan and the Sacred Sun clan aside, with the Heavenly Thunder Hall being sandwiched between Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City, their days won't be easy. Ahu revealed a pained expression. Young master, could it be that the news of us heading north was leaked, with the Heavenly Thunder Hall purposefully coming here to kill you? The possibility isn't high. Yin Zhaoga stroked his lower chin, and, while I can't be sure, it also can't be considered too unexpected. There is someone in the Heavenly Thunder Hall who might know about the matter of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint's legacy. Yin Zhaoga's last sentence was spoken in a voice that only he could hear. Ahu swiveled his head to look at him curiously. Yin Zhaoga said, the people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall are most likely here for the legacy of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint. He gazed into the distance again. The approximate distance to the location is still very far. The security circle is so wide. Ahu scratched his head. Young master, how do you know that they are here for the legacy of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint? If they really are here for the legacy of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint, also knowing its location, wouldn't they have already beat us to it by now? Yin Zhaoga smiled, but did not answer, taking out a jade coin. While that jade coin was of very good quality, there was already no longer any spiritual chi within, its luster mild, no spiritual light surging. Weighing the jade coin in his palm, Yin Zhaoga said, they need this thing. The spiritual chi within has already been completely absorbed by me. Opening the restrictions left behind by the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint requires my own aura chi. If I don't have it, we can only slowly break it from the outside. Ahu rubbed his palms. Then, young master, now Yin Zhaoga laughed. No rush. There are also benefits to them being gathered in this region, making it convenient for us to do other things. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoga turned and descended the snow-covered hill, bringing Ahu along as they went far away from this area, heading elsewhere. Yin Zhaoga headed east, pausing from time to time, quietly feeling the flow of the spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth in the vicinity. Just like this, after walking for many days, Yin Zhaoga finally came to a complete halt, standing firmly on the snowy plains. Lowering his head and looking at the ice and snow beneath his feet for a long time, Yin Zhaoga exerted force with his feet, the frozen earth that was like steel also breaking apart in large amounts. The ice and snow and the earth split apart layer by layer, Yin Zhaoga's figure also descending. After a moment, Yin Zhaoga could only feel the resistance beneath his feet abruptly lessen, the earth beginning to turn soft. After another moment, Yin Zhaoga leapt up, returning to the snowy plains. Gazing down, he saw that there was actually steam rising from the crevice in the ground, emanating outwards. Young master, this is... Looking carefully, Ahu saw that amidst the world of ice and snow, a hot spring had actually appeared. And the color of this spring water was actually blue. His hands crossed before his chest, Yin Zhaoga similarly gazed at the blue hot spring down below as he said softly, this is the hope of little June and sister-in-law Yujin. Chapter 338. Ahu looked curiously at that blue spirit spring, while Yin Zhaoga raised his head, looking at the surrounding heavens and earth. Feeling the circulation of the spiritual chi between the heavens and the earth, he extended his hand and used his aura chi to capture a portion of the blue spring water, carefully savoring it. After a long time, Yin Zhaoga murmured, the time is still not ripe. The spiritual chi here, needs to accumulate a little more. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge looked at his surroundings, then exerted force once more. This time, however, he destroyed the surrounding soil and rocks, burying the mouth of that blue-hot spring once more. The changes in the soil and rocks were inevitably a little conspicuous on the snowy plains. The aura chi around Yin Zhaoge's body abruptly changed, becoming bone-piercingly cold. Streams of dense, white aura chi resembled numerous ice dragons, flying about in the air before landing on the ground, sealing up the soil and rocks that had been broken apart earlier. By the side, Ahu also helped to fill in the gaps, reconstructing the scene so that it looked more or less the same as its surroundings, not being too different. Having done all this, Yin Zhaoge said, "Come, let's go to the next place first." As he led the way, Yin Zhaoge said, "Ahu, give me those 4 sabers that I passed to you earlier." Ahu did as he was told, taking out 4 extremely ordinary-looking short sabers that were no longer than a foot long, handing them over to Yin Zhaoge. Looking carefully, one would be able to discover that these 4 short sabers clearly still had not been sharpened, their edges still being blunt. On their blades, however, a crimson light flickered, resembling blazing fire. Receiving these 4 short sabers, Yin Zhaoge swept them with his aura chi, causing them to hover in mid-air, stopping by Yin Zhaoge's side. As the sabers shook, flowing fire vaguely danced about, condensing into an illusory line of fire above Yin Zhaoge's head, drifting indeterminately into the distance. Following the general direction in which the line of fire extended, Yin Zhaoge brought Ahu along as they advanced. As they advanced, that illusory line of fire gradually stabilized, finally pointing straight in a single direction. This illusory line of fire was extremely conspicuous amidst the wind and snow, but only Yin Zhaoge, who wielded those 4 sabers, could see it. Following the direction of the line of fire, after a long journey, Yin Zhaoge and Ahu finally stopped. Following the line of fire on the snowy ground, Yin Zhaoge saw that the illusory line of fire shot straight into the ground. Yin Zhaoge raised his head to observe his surroundings, feeling the flow of the spiritual qi here. After a while, he muttered to himself, "This place should be fine." He patted the ground lightly with his palm, causing the ground to tremble. The 4 blades hovering in the air descended, their tips touching the ground. Yin Zhaoge reached out, slamming the 4 sabers into the ground one after another. At this moment, a scarlet flame appeared on the saber hilt that was left outside the soil. In the next moment, the scarlet flame slowly turned into an icy blue. Yin Zhaoge nodded, pulling out the 4 sabers one by one before retrieving the underground splitting shuttle once more, riding it alongside Ahu as they entered the depths of the great earth down below. In the frozen ground, the underground splitting shuttle didn't seem very agile. However, very quickly, Yin Zhaoge, who was controlling the underground splitting shuttle, felt the pressure up ahead lessen. The underground splitting shuttle shot out of the soil and rocks. While the surroundings were still completely dark, Yin Zhaoge could determine that the place he was currently in was completely surrounded by a thick layer of ice. Here, hidden deep underground in a massive ice cave, was also one of Yin Zhaoge's targets. Passing through the ice layer, they suddenly came to an empty space. Yin Zhaoge and Ahu had already exited the ice layer on the underground splitting shuttle, arriving in the empty space within the ice cave. Being underground within the ice cave, it should originally be a completely sealed space, but Yin Zhaoge and Ahu were able to breathe freely here. The environment before them also lit up slightly, turning dark blue. Looking at the blue stream of light that resembled a dark river of glaciers flowing silently before him, Yin Zhaoge instantly smiled. "It's here." Ahu stared at that blue stream of light. "Young master, this thing seems to be an existence formed from the highly condensed qi of ice and snow." Yin Zhaoge said, "You're right. Even Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters might not be able to withstand it. Therefore, you must remember not to touch it, not even a single drop of it. Otherwise, you will instantly be frozen into an ice sculpture, all of your flesh and blood frozen solid. Ahu nodded. In this ice cave, it instead doesn't feel that cold. Therefore, the cold chi has all been condensed within the blue stream of light. Just looking at it would cause one's heart to palpitate. This is the extreme northern icy plains, the source of the land of ice and snow, born of the creation of the heavens and the earth, the ice pith vein here. Yin Zhaoge's expression was rather solemn. This is actually still just a tiny branch vein. If it were the main vein, even martial saints would not be able to touch it lightly. If one were to plunge their entire body within, they might also be frozen to death. Yin Zhaoge sighed emotionally. The extreme coldness of the heavens and earth of the eight extremities world surpasses this. Ahu shrunk his neck back. Then, young master, what are we doing here? Yin Zhaoge said, doing an experiment. If it succeeds, we might be able to accomplish something major. Ahu blinked, a blank look on his face. Yin Zhaoge did not cease as he took out various materials that he had prepared earlier, setting them up as he said. It is recorded in ancient texts that before the Great Calamity, there was once a hegemonic power of the martial Tao, known as the Snowy Immortal Palace. Within the Snowy Immortal Palace was a heavenly frost ice spring which was extremely miraculous. However, afterwards, without any prior warning whatsoever, this heavenly frost ice spring began to slowly dry up. The reason for this could not be ascertained. Yin Zhaoge raised his hands, for fiery red sabers flying out one after another, stabbing into the layer of ice up above in 4 different directions. I also do not understand the reason for this, but I have some guesses. Yin Zhaoge said, the creation of the heavens and the earth is actually one and the same. The spiritual chi flow of the entire world seems to be going their own way, forming layer after layer of variations. However, if we look at it from a holistic perspective, there's a network to follow. It's just that some are more obvious, while some are more concealed. Some can be touched by us, while some cannot. Using various materials, Yin Zhaoge speedily set up a formation here. Even as he planned the formation, he said, extreme cold and extreme heat seem to oppose each other, but under certain circumstances, it is actually like yin and yang merging together. No one attacked the Snowy Immortal Palace that year. Under normal circumstances, the heavenly frost ice spring of the Snowy Immortal Palace would also have been far from having its spiritual chi completely depleted. What could have caused the spring water to dry then? Finishing his work, Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. My guess is that someone opened up a different path, exceeding everyone's expectations, exceeding even the Snowy Immortal Palace's expectations. Using a method that no one would have thought of, seemingly bizarre, he succeeded in doing so. Hearing this, Ahu thought about it. Young master, what you mean is that someone touched the fire pith vein, affecting the opposition between ice and fire, yin and yang merging, thereby changing the ice pith vein and causing the heavenly frost ice spring of the Snowy Immortal Palace to naturally dry up? Yin Zhaoge nodded. It is very difficult to say. Under normal circumstances, if that person really had such great ability, he would just directly attack the Snowy Immortal Palace, trampling them to the ground. However, this person did not do so. This means that he may only have used some sort of shortcut, truly moving 1,000 caddies with little effort, thus achieving his goal. Ahu asked curiously, first not mentioning whether there is such a great force to affect the earth veins. How can he be sure that only the heavenly frost ice spring of the Snowy Immortal Palace would be affected, with nothing happening to the other ice pith veins? Chapter 339. Yin Zhaoge stared at the blue stream of light before him. I am also unable to ascertain what method my ancestors used. My idea is to use these things. Saying thus, he took out a fiery red rock, placing it at the center of the formation he had set up. That rock flickered as though it was breathing with life. Yin Zhaoge said, when Grandmaster and the others counterattacked the fire domain, I specially asked them to pay attention to a few things, bringing them back if they could get their hands on them. Of these, the most important is this, a fire pith crystal, a product of the further solidification of the underground fire pith crystal. Also, it must be a fire pith crystal produced in the southern underground palace. Yin Zhaoge continued setting up the formation. Through this object, along with other methods, we should be able to lock onto the southern underground palace. Ahu helped out by the side, but young master, wanting to cause a change in the earth veins is not an easy thing, With our cultivation bases, even with the help of the formation, we should still not be able to do it, right? After all, this formation is not the clear Qi Grand Formation that Broad Creed Mountain guards. Should we first set up the front lines here, then wait for family head or the old clan chief to come over? Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge answered, Father and Grandmaster are currently in a standoff with the Sacred Sun clans Huang Guanglia and the others, unable to leave easily. Even if they do manage to escape and come to the extreme northern lands, they will also be detected by the other side. At that time, they will either intercept us or turn to attack our clan's core grounds. That would not be worth it. Therefore, I will do this. Yin Zhaoge laughed. As for how to do it, just based on my current strength, it is naturally impossible. However, I have an idea that perhaps can be tested. If it succeeds, us two Spirit Vessel Martial Grandmasters will also be able to accomplish something that even Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters might not be able to. As he said this, Yin Zhaoge suddenly took out an object, a small black incense burner. It was precisely the earth-devouring burner. Looking at the small incense burner, Ahu blinked. Young master, I remember that you obtained this from slaying that little ghost called Zhao Hao in the devilish domain at Clear Concealed Lake. Yin Zhaoge said, It is still the same now. This treasure is able to absorb all things, bearing an extremely powerful destructive power. The experiment I want to do is to see if it can withstand the terrifying cold power of the ice pith vein. Ahu mumbled, but in my memory, you said that you have never been able to freely control this thing. That's right. Even now, it's still the same. This treasure can only passively absorb attacks and actively approach it. I can't control it to do anything. Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly. Still, there's an old saying that's right. Things are dead, but people are alive. Use your brain. Yin Zhaoge punched towards the formation on the ground, the strong winds of his fist intent stimulating the formation as the light of fire instantly surged from it. With the formation as the center, a wave of heat spread out in the underground ice cave. Stimulated by this heat, the originally quiet and seemingly harmless blue stream of light immediately became violent. An extremely terrifying cold qi that caused one's entire body to numb erupted from the ice pith vein before numerous streams of ice blue fog swept over towards the formation that Yin Zhaoge was in, as though wanting to extinguish this small ember. Ahu was dumbfounded. Young master. Even as Yin Zhaoge stared fixedly at the earth-devouring burner, he had already taken out the underground splitting shuttle once more. As long as he saw that the situation was not right, he would immediately pull Ahu along and retreat. However, the earth-devouring burner did not disappoint him. That inconspicuous-looking little black incense burner, as it faced the assault of the ice-blue fog, erupted with a shocking force, absorbing a great amount of the ice fog within. It resembled a black hole, greedily devouring the roiling ice fog, looking like it would not reject anything that came its way. As he opened his eyes, he shockingly saw that within the ice pith vein, there were also strands of blue light that were drawn out, merging with the ice fog and being devoured by the earth-devouring burner. Ahu was taken aback. Where exactly did this little thing come from, actually being able to absorb even the ice pith vein? Won't it freeze and crack? Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, similarly gazing at the earth-devouring burner as he murmured, That's right. It is indeed not simple. While I guess that it should be able to bear it, after really confirming this, I also feel that it is a little inconceivable. Still, whatever the case, with this most important step having succeeded, my original plan will already be feasible. After observing for a while longer and confirming that the earth-devouring burner had not reached its limits, Yin Zhaoge felt reassured as he kept the underground splitting shuttle once more. Ahu clicked his tongue in wonder. Still, young master, it is only passively absorbing and not actively devouring. The power of this scale is still a little small. Can it affect the ice pith vein, thereby affecting the fire pith vein? Carefully looking at that blue light, he saw that as it pulsed, it seemed to be communicating unceasingly with other places. A portion of its power being sucked away by the earth-devouring burner seemed harmless, as it was very quickly replenished. Yin Zhaoge said, "There are naturally follow-up methods. It's not that everything will be fine now." Saying thus, he punched out once more. With the earth-devouring burner bearing the pressure of the ice fog, the formation was able to continue circulating as usual. Streams of red light surged, coming into contact with the ice pith vein. The 4 fiery red sabers stabbed within the layer of ice also lit up with a red light at this moment, shining along with it. The self-adjustment and balance of the ice pith vein was affected, becoming somewhat sluggish. Like this, the unceasing absorption of the power of the ice pith vein by the earth-devouring burner gradually showed results. It was just that this effect was extremely slow and minute, virtually weak to the point that it was hard to detect. Yin Zhaoge said, "Moving 1,000 caddies with little effort is not that easy. What we have to do now is just wait quietly, waiting for sand to form a tower, many a little becoming a mickle, until the moment when a fundamental change finally occurs." Ahu asked, "Young master, could it be that the southern underground palace over at the fire domain will be like the heavenly frost ice spring of the snowy immortal palace that year?" Yin Zhaoge looked at the earth-devouring burner. "That won't be the case. The scale of the southern underground palace is much greater than that of the heavenly frost ice spring. Unless the main vein of the ice pith vein can be shaken, it would be impossible for the southern underground palace to be destroyed. Therefore, I'm not thinking of weakening it, instead wanting it to grow stronger." Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "It is already not easy for people to enter in the first place. At that time, other than Huang Guanglia, no one else of the Sacred Sun clan will have to think about entering." He smiled. "All right, let's wait here patiently." Yin Zhaoge guarded the formation. Having nothing else to do, Ahu began cultivating earnestly once more, attempting a breakthrough towards a higher level. Many days passed. The streams of purple chi amidst the black aura chi around his entire body grew denser and denser. As time passed, the purple chi finally became extremely vast, then congregated together, condensing into a tiny speck of purple light. The black storm transformed into an existence that resembled black soil. That speck of purple light slowly sunk, merging within the black spirit soil. Ahu's entire body shook. As he opened his eyes, there actually seemed to be specks of purple light within them as well, vanishing in an instant. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Congratulations, Ahu. The second level of the martial Grandmaster realm, the mid-spirit vessel stage, succeeded." Ahu grinned widely as he chuckled, seeming exceptionally happy. After his happiness, Ahu scratched his head, asking, "Young master, how is the situation of the ice pith vein here?" The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched lightly upwards. "You will see very soon." Chapter 340. In this long period of time, the earth-devouring burner had already absorbed who knows how much ice vein pith's cold energy. The fiery red glow of the operating formation had already dimmed significantly. The blue stream of light in front of Yin Zhaoge and Ahu also underwent some changes from before. The degree of change was very subtle, but it was real enough to be felt. Seeing this scene, Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself, "The following wave will cause a rather large disturbance. I hope that there are no others nearby. Still, this bit of risk has to be taken." He took out the underground splitting shuttle once again and entered it with Ahu. He activated the underground splitting shuttle to pass through the layer of ice and permafrost, returning to the surface. Not long after they returned to the ground, the two of them immediately felt the ground beneath their feet shaking. Yin Zhaoge lowered his head to look at the snowy plains of the extreme north, where a local earthquake seemed to be currently occurring. In the next moment, the ground cracked open. Not only was the ground cracking, but the rocks and ice were also collapsing. It was as if a huge hole had appeared underground, causing the entire area above to collapse. A bottomless pit appeared on the snowy plain. It covered a vast area, and intense tremors occasionally came from below. Standing by the edge of the massive crater, looking downwards, Yin Zhaoge and who could only see pitch-black darkness. This time, they didn't use the subterranean splitting shuttle. The two of them directly descended from the edge of the pit. As they descended, at the end of the darkness, there seemed to be an icy blue radiance flickering. "Young master, did you succeed?" Ahu asked as he walked. Yin Zhaoge surveyed their surroundings. Just now, this was the result of the ice pith vein finally being touched. However, in order to use the changes in the ice pith vein here to influence the fire pith vein far away in the southern wilderness, it will still have to continue for a period of time. When he reached the ice cave at the bottom of the pit, he saw that the formation was still quietly circulating. The ice pith vein, which was like a confluence of blue light, was still quietly flowing. The earth-devouring burner was still devouring large amounts of icy mist and cold energy, as well as the essence of the ice pith vein. Yin Zhaoge gazed towards the sky, looking at the descending radiance, as though he was looking at the mouth of the well from the bottom of a well. The hole is too big, so it's hard to cover it up. Otherwise, if the rocks fall down, it might affect the formation here. Yin Zhaoge sighed regretfully. Such a large crater is too conspicuous on the snowy plains. Luckily, the extreme northern lands are rarely visited by humans. I hope that no one will come close to this place. There are some risks that cannot be avoided. Yin Zhaoge came to the side of the earth-devouring burner, sitting down in the meditative position. Ahu also sat by the side. The two of them looked at the earth-devouring burner and ice vein ice pith patiently. However, Yin Zhaoge discovered that his luck was sometimes not that good. Within his right eye, the purplish-green light of thunder flickered slightly. Raising his head and gazing upwards, Yin Zhaoge was unable to see anything. However, with the help of the eye of the Thunder Emperor, he could vaguely sense that someone was approaching. Ahu's expression turned serious. "Young master, is there someone here?" Yin Zhaoge nodded. "That's right, and his cultivation base is also not low. He should at least be an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster." The other party's figure gradually appeared within Yin Zhaoge's field of vision. Correspondingly, the newcomer could also clearly see Yin Zhaoge's appearance. The other party had only been curious at first, but after clearly seeing Yin Zhaoge's appearance, his expression instantly turned rather savage. A terrifying black storm revolved around his entire body, gradually having the momentum of sweeping through the entire ice cave. Having experienced the extermination of Black Nightmare Mountain and the Great Battle of Broad Creed Mountain earlier, they should already be more or less dead. Now, there are still experts of the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster level still alive. Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly as he recognized the other party's origins. It looks like it's one of the remnants of the Sacred Sun clan who did not participate in the battle at Broad Creed Mountain. I had not thought that we would actually meet in the extreme northern lands. Yin Zhaoge's expression was heavy as he remained by the side of the earth-devouring burner, not moving as he looked quietly at the newcomer. The other party similarly stared coldly at Yin Zhaoge. However, after exchanging gazes for a moment, the black storm around his body suddenly calmed before he retreated. Ahu's expression did not look relaxed. "Young master, could he have gone to find other helpers?" Yin Zhaoge's fame could be considered to have spread far and wide. First, not mentioning his great strength, the key was that everyone knew that he possessed a sacred artifact fragment, possessing extremely brutal power. While the newcomer was at the 4th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, an early Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, he also did not have the confidence of being able to withstand the attack of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. It would be best if the other party retreated in the face of difficulties, but with the enmity between Broad Creed Mountain and Black Nightmare Mountain, it was hard to believe that they would let the matter rest just like that. In the current extreme northern lands, there were quite a few Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners present. If that Black Nightmare Mountain martial practitioner knew about it, these Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners would all be able to become his reinforcements and helpers. Yin Zhaoge glanced at the earth-devouring burner. Some time is still needed. Black Nightmare Mountain and the Heavenly Thunder Hall are not of the same lineage. It will be much more difficult for them to communicate with each other. If he goes to get reinforcements, it should also take a very long time for him to return. After all, when we circled around the Heavenly Thunder Hall's people to come here back then, we already had to travel for a long time. Yin Zhaoge remained seated on the ground, pondering as he said, "Ahu, I will continue watching here. You guard the perimeter." Ahu acknowledged his words and left. Yin Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, a jade coin that was already rather dim now appearing within his hands. An essence spirit martial grandmaster expert of the Heavenly Thunder Hall led many Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners in speeding ahead. Lin Zhou followed by his side. This middle-aged essence spirit martial grandmaster glanced at Lin Zhou somewhat discontentedly. "You should even more so remain at the legacy site. I know that Elder Lin's death has caused you to hate Broadcreed Mountain to the bone, but to our clan, the legacy site is still more important." Lin Zhou said mildly. "The guarding force left at the legacy site is also sufficient. Wanted to open the legacy site, it ultimately falls on those of Broadcreed Mountain. Don't worry too much, Elder Zhen. I am currently very calm." Elder Zhen snorted, no longer speaking as he gazed at the old man leading the way at the very front. Those of Black Nightmare Mountain should be trustworthy. Still, that Yin Zhaoge, instead of going to the legacy site of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint, what is he doing elsewhere? Lin Zhou did not speak, just hastening his pace. There were some things that he was unable to tell others about. For example, he just kept feeling that there was something wrong with Yin Zhaoge. While it was different from his own special circumstances, it was also different from ordinary people. It was just that the details were like looking at flowers through a fog, as he was unable to see them clearly. Under such circumstances, if he did not personally make a trip, Lin Zhou would never be able to rest easy. Leading the way at the front, the remnant elder of Black Nightmare Mountain, Zheng Shaw, had a similarly gloomy expression on his face. He did not have much of a relationship with the Heavenly Thunder Hall, but the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Between Black Nightmare Mountain and Broadcreed Mountain, enmity as deep as the sea was already insufficient to describe it. Because of secluded cultivation, Zheng Shuo had not been able to make it to the Battle of Broadcreed Mountain. However, he did not feel fortunate in the slightest. Seeing Broadcreed Mountain extinguish the decimating abyss, resisting the great sun and the heavenly thunder, Zheng Shuo could only feel indignant. He only hoped that in his lifetime, he would be able to see the day Broadcreed Mountain was destroyed. If he could not see it, then having the chance to destroy Broadcreed Mountain's most outstanding younger generation, he would be able to rest in peace even in his coffin. To be continued. Chapter 341. Yin Zhaoge sat in the meditative position within the ice cave, the earth-devouring burner before him still unceasingly devouring the cold chi of the ice pith vein. In his hand, there was a jade disc. At this moment, the jade coin within Yin Zhaoge's hand actually glowed once more, an ice-blue radiance flickering within. Holding the jade coin, Yin Zhaoge infused his aura-chi bit by bit within. After a long period of time, the current ice pith vein was currently undergoing extremely minute changes. These changes were so minute, resembling a river changing its course. However, it was truly happening, filled with the heaviness of the changes of the heavens and the earth. Yin Zhaoge watched this scene silently. Wanting to change the direction of the spiritual chi of an earth vein was already an extremely difficult thing. Moreover, he was currently attempting to influence the fire pith vein of the southern wilderness through the ice pith vein of the extreme northern lands. As long as there was a slight change, it was possible for an extremely great change to occur. Feeling the changes in the ice pith vein with his heart, Yin Zhaoge pondered, "It's about time for it to take effect." Thinking of this, Yin Zhaoge's gaze fell on the earth-devouring burner once more. This rare treasure that he had obtained after killing Zhao Haoback then had given Yin Zhaoge quite a few pleasant surprises. The tiny black incense burner seemed to really have the effect of swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth. Having devoured so much of the essence of the ice pith vein, it was actually still able to withstand it. Also, after having devoured a lot of cold chi, this earth-devouring burner itself seemed completely unaffected, as it was just like before. Thinking about it, it seemed a little ridiculous. However, if the earth-devouring burner had a life of its own, Yin Zhaoge would be able to feel a sense of nonchalance from it, as if it was able to lift something heavy as though it were light. Now, it was only passively absorbing, not actively circulating. If the earth-devouring burner circulated on its own, unleashing this strange devouring power to the maximum, what kind of scene would that be? Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. A little interesting. Now a tiger's roar suddenly resounded from above. Yin Zhaoge recognized it to be Ahu's voice. And having hurriedly warned him, Ahu had not even had the time to run down. From this, it could be seen that the other party was coming with great momentum, possessing great strength. It's here. Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, taking out the underground splitting shuttle before standing at the center of the formation, stomping forcefully. The formation within the ice cave that flickered with a fiery red light instantly shook. The process of the earth-devouring burner absorbing the ice pith vein thus came to a halt. Yin Zhaoge waved his hand, his orochi grabbing over as he directly swept the earth-devouring burner back. Having done all this, Yin Zhaoge no longer looked at what would happen to the ice pith vein that resembled a river of blue light, not even turning his head back as he rapidly flew upwards. Extremely terrifying energy fluctuations could already be felt from above. Ahu's figure appeared. In a panic, he fled toward the bottom of the deep pit. Behind him, the terrifying lightning and the dark storm interweaved, turning into a scene of destruction that swept across the ice cave. Wind and thunder surged, enveloping the pit. The world of ice and snow transformed into a world of storms and thunder. More than one Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster had attacked together, and before their figures could even be seen, the violent power of true Essence transformed into a real thunderstorm, easily collapsing the ice cave. The terrifying power obscured the heavens and concealed the sun. Even as Yin Zhaoge raised his head and looked upwards now, he was unable to see the light seeping in from the crater. In the darkness, countless pieces of broken rocks and ice rained down like torrential rain. The immortal crane wings expanded behind Yin Zhaoge's back. Quick as lightning, his movements agile as he ingeniously avoided the dense rain of shattered ice and rocks. However, these crushed ice and rocks were actually not that scary. What was terrifying was the storm and lightning that followed closely behind, sweeping away everything and destroying the ice cave. An ancient voice resounded from within the black storm. "Broad-creed young master, a dragon amongst dragons. Nice to meet you." And from within the thunder resounded the voice of a middle-aged man. "Broad-creed young master, a dragon amongst dragons. Nice to meet you. If you are slain here, Broadcreed Mountain will probably fly into a rage, carrying out the most tragic vengeance against our clan." Gradually, a tall figure that resembled a massive divinity of thunder appeared amidst the thunder. "However, some things that I heard earlier made me feel that if we could make you stay here forever, to our clan, the benefits would outweigh the disadvantages." The Heavenly Thunder Hall's elder, surnamed Jun, strode into the ice cave. Beside him, the face of Black Nightmare Mountain's remnant, Elder Zhengshuo, was even gloomier. Behind Elder Jun and Zhengshuo were other Heavenly Thunder Hall martial grandmaster experts, not concealing their powerful auras in the slightest, as it was as though there was a thick layer of thunderclouds above their heads. The violent sound of thunder reverberated unceasingly. Amongst their group, there were also 2 early Essence Talisman martial grandmasters. A full 4 early Essence Talisman martial grandmasters had arrived here, directly trapping Yin Zhaoge and Ahu within the ice cave. While their family head had blocked their path, Yin Zhaoge was not panicked as he instead smiled. "You have really come at a bad time." Saying thus, he raised the ice-blue jade coin in his hand. "You have also come for the legacy site of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint?" Stimulating his aura chi, The jade coin shone with an ice-blue luster, the roar of a dragon vaguely resounding. Feeling the spiritual chi fluctuations emanating from that jade coin, Elder Zhen's pupils instantly dilated slightly, exactly the same as the legacy site, indeed the key to opening the legacy site. He didn't waste time on words, directly reaching out and grabbing towards Yin Zhaoge. The terrifying light of thunder transformed into a massive heaven-obscuring hand, numerous purplish-green snakes of electricity coiling about it. Yin Zhaoge flicked his hand, the ice-blue jade coin descending towards the depths of the ice cave. At the same time, he grabbed Ahu, entering the underground splitting shuttle, transforming into a streak of light as he shot into the ice layer. Elder Zhen chortled, still grabbing towards Yin Zhaoge and the underground splitting shuttle. The other essence, spirit, martial grandmaster of the Heavenly Thunder Hall descended, going to retrieve the fallen jade coin. Zhang Shua didn't even glance at that jade coin as his gaze remained fixated on Yin Zhaoge. A boundless black hurricane, resembling an enraged dragon, chased after Yin Zhaoge. Outside, amidst the crowd of Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners, Lin Zhou's figure appeared. He took out an orb, resembling a mother-child orb, a massive transparent orb with an even smaller orb at its core. Lin Zhou shattered the orb, the fragments transforming into radiance which instantly sealed the surrounding ice layer, forming a bright screen of light. As Yin Zhaoge's underground splitting shuttle shot into the radiance, while it could still continue advancing, its speed had clearly slowed. Behind him, Elder Zhen, Zhang Shuo, and the others were already rushing over. Yin Zhaoge shattered a newly created blood devil plate, the brutal blood-red light breaking through the radiance that blocked his way. However, this was a strange mother-child barrier. As one layer of radiance was broken, another layer immediately sealed it up once more. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Yin-yang mother-child barrier? This thing is rarely seen, ah. Lin Zhou looked coldly at Yin Zhaoge and the underground splitting shuttle. Yin Zhaoge, do you think that you can still play the same old trick? While the attacks of Elder Zhen and the other Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters were already right before him, Yin Zhaoge smiled casually. I think that I can. Before his words had landed, from the depths of the ice cave down below, a powerful aura that was terrifying to the extreme, causing everyone's bodies to feel numb, shot up into the skies. To be continued. Chapter 342. A berserk cold wave surged up from the bottom of the ice cavern. The terrifying blue light instantly engulfed the ice cave from bottom to top, freezing everything it came into contact with. Yin Zhaoge had previously disturbed the ice pith vein, suddenly retracting the earth-devouring burner as Lin Zhou had attacked. Previously, the earth-devouring burner had continuously swallowed the ice essence cold energy, vaguely forming a balance. At this time, it suddenly lost its outlet. After being temporarily suppressed, it erupted with an even more ferocious momentum. That essence spirit martial grandmaster of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, who had descended to the depths of the ice cave in an attempt to retrieve the ice-blue jade coin that Yin Zhaoge had thrown down, just happened to be facing the eruption of the cold tides. As if faced with a sudden flash flood, this essence spirit martial grandmaster was completely unable to dodge in time, as he was instantly engulfed by the blue light. He wanted to cry out in alarm. He wanted to roar in anger, but he found that he couldn't make a sound. He was unable to circulate his surging quintessence, falling into a deathly stillness. His body could not feel any pain, only numbness and unconsciousness. His thoughts tended to stop, and he could no longer think. His mind became absent-minded. Of the three essence spirit martial grandmasters of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who had come here, apart from him and Elder Zhen, there was another. Seeing this, his expression changed greatly. This third essence spirit martial grandmaster sensed the terror of the eruption of the ice pith vein, not daring to approach lightly. Therefore, with a flick of his hand, a purple chain flew towards his fellow disciple. The purple chains wrapped around the frozen great grandmaster and tried to drag him out. However, the chain was instantly stretched taut. Under the tug of the third essence spirit martial grandmaster, it was completely unable to move at all, feeling as if even the purple chain had been frozen solid. Dark blue frost quickly spread along the purple chain and rushed toward its owner's hand. The purple lightning on the surface of the purple chain was completely extinguished. A middle Great Spirit artifact was destroyed just like that. The expression of the owner of the spirit weapon changed greatly once again. He let go in time, abandoning his spirit weapon. The moment he let go, the frost spread and froze the entire purple chain. The master loosened his grip, and the other end of the chain was connected to the ice essence vein. The chain did not bend and droop due to the weight, but was frozen into a perfectly straight line. The ferocious, icy blue light rose rapidly, drowning everything in ice. The storm and lightning that were wreaking havoc in the ice cave a moment ago were all swallowed up by the ice blue light. Just like that, the storm and thunder were frozen in the layer of ice, but their original forms did not change. They were still electric snakes and whirlwinds, just like the images on a painting. This bizarre and abnormal scene seemed even more bizarre and terrifying. Anything that approached the bottom of the ice cave, whether it was a person or an object, or whether it was stellar energy or true essence, was instantly frozen by the eruption of the cold wave. While that essence spirit martial grandmaster of the heavenly thunder hall who had tossed out the purple chain in an attempt to save them had already been extremely cautious, the precondition for saving them being to first protect themselves. Faced with the terrifying eruption of the ice pith on the ground, there was nothing he could do. Seeing that things couldn't be done, he immediately gave up on his middle-rank spirit weapon and wanted to escape first. However, because of the entanglement between the purple chains and the cold wave, it was too late for him to escape now. The surging ice blue light was even faster than him. The martial practitioners of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had always been proud of their speed, also having the ability to look down on martial practitioners of the same cultivation level of the Eight Extremities world. However, in the face of the terrifying power of the transformation of the world, it was still too slow. As this essence spirit martial grandmaster's leg turned numb, he immediately knew that things were bad. He could also be considered a decisive person as he directly chopped down with a palm, severing that numb leg of his, lest the cold chi spread and invade his entire body. However, he was still a step too slow. Very quickly, he experienced what his fellow disciple had felt earlier. He lost all feeling in his body, his true essence ceasing to circulate, his mind dazed and dazed. In just an instant, yet another early essence spirit martial grandmaster was engulfed by the eruption of the ice blue light. Even an early essence spirit martial grandmaster was like this, let alone the others within the ice cave. One after another, Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners were engulfed by the ice blue light. As their bodies landed within the ice pith vein, they were quickly sealed in ice, still looking vivid and lifelike, resembling mosquitoes sealed within amber. However, the next moment, their corpses began gradually disintegrating, gradually turning into flying ash beneath the power of extreme coldness. Not a single trace of them left behind. Because they had gone to pursue Yin Zhaoge, Elder Zhen and Zheng Shuo were currently slightly further away from the ice blue light. Seeing that terrifying tide of coldness erupt at this moment, the reflection of the blue light caused their faces to turn livid. However, at this time, they could no longer care about Yin Zhaoge and the underground splitting shuttle. How to survive amidst the eruption of this terrifying tide of coldness was currently the most pressing matter for them. The tide of coldness shot straight up, resembling a fountain as it erupted upwards from the depths of the ice cave. Directly shooting upwards, flying towards the mouth of the massive crater, they would not be able to outrun the erupting tide of coldness no matter what. Elder Zhen and Zheng Shuo both made a prompt decision, separately shooting towards the layer of ice closest to them. Not needing to enter the ice layer through a special technique like the underground splitting shuttle, the power of an essence spirit martial grandmaster directly shattered the ice layer before rushing within. Virtually in the instant that they had just entered the ice layer, The terrifying tide of coldness passed behind them, erupting upwards all the way, not giving Elder Jun and the others a chance to catch their breaths. An ice-blue light also chased after them along the layer of ice that they had broken through. While its speed was much slower than directly erupting upwards, it still resembled a flood as it closely followed behind Elder Jun and Zhang Sha. The two Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters did not dare to slow down in the slightest as they continued speeding forward, forcibly digging their way out of the passageway with their own strength, speeding forward all the way as they evaded the ice-blue light that followed them like shadows. Being at the outermost area, furthest from the bottom of the ice cave where the tide of coldness erupted, Lin Zhou did not immediately receive the baptism of this terrifying natural disaster. However, witnessing the fate of a senior of his clan, he still felt a chill run down his spine. Not daring to hesitate in the slightest, Lin Zhou also immediately fled. Similarly, not heading upwards, that would be equivalent to seeking death. Even Elder Jun and the others did not have the confidence to outrun the tide of coldness, let alone Lin Zhou. Raising his hand, an extremely powerful aura of thunder and lightning suddenly emanated from his body. Within the extreme darkness, a strange silvery white thunder light suddenly lit up before mightily striking the layer of ice in front of Lin Zhou, breaking it apart. Lin Zhou decisively rushed within. At the final moment, Lin Zhou looked somewhat unwillingly in the direction where Yin Zhaoge had previously been. He saw that Yin Zhaoge and the underground splitting shuttle, obstructed by the reversed Yin-Yang Motherworld, were moving rather slowly as they had still yet to completely enter the layer of ice at this time. While the attacks of Elder Jun, Zhang Shuo, and the others were no longer there, the ice-blue light had already caught up to Yin Zhaoge. Even you have such a day. Lin Zhou's gaze was cold, excitement flickering within. Within the underground splitting shuttle, Yin Zhaoge felt something as he swiveled his head upwards, just happening to meet Lin Zhou's gaze. Vaguely seeing the emotions revealed within Lin Zhou's gaze, Yin Zhaoge smiled, neither hurriedly nor slowly taking out the earth-devouring burner once more. Then, under Lin Zhou's furious gaze, Yin Zhaoge blocked the incoming tide of coldness with the earth-devouring burner before leisurely entering the layer of ice. The next moment, the tide of coldness surged madly, shooting upwards to the surface of the earth, burying all those who had not been able to escape in time within the ice cave. It was like a massive ice coffin, an extremely cold graveyard. To be continued.